Joanna Fay, great connection there off the top, and belts it again. How's this inside section? She jams it.
Into the next one, it's the same for when you lose or you win. You just have to be into the next one.
As we take a look at Sally now, using priority on this wave, getting her opening turn underway. Solid finish, and she'll ride out clean.
I just love it. I love playing the game. At this level, it's so challenging, and I'm always learning, but it feels really nice when you get that win and move on through.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Shannon Hughes here alongside my good friend Laura Eniver, and it's always a pleasure to call to action with you, especially when it's women surfing, and we're women who surf and love talking about it.
We sure do. I absolutely love surfing and women's surfing, and we've had some fun surfs down here in Surf City ourselves, haven't we?
It's just been so much fun to spend some time in this region. There's waves littered up and down the coast. Of course, Punta Roca is where we're running competition this week, and there's been some fun waves, though, just up the way, and I think everyone's had their fair share of free surfs.
Yeah, everyone's been getting amazing free surfs in, and yeah, this heat is one that I've been very excited about all day.
We're into the quarterfinals. Joanna Fay up against Sally Fitzgibbons, and Sally looking to carry some speed down the line. She's been going to the air all week in her free surfs as well as her opening round heat. We'll see if she's looking for sections like that here again. Just does well to negotiate all the way around, goes for the little hop around on that finishing section, and she'll go down. That looked like a very challenging wave to just find something worth pulling a maneuver out on. For Joanna Fay now answering back with her opener. Finds the rail for that first section. Connects it through for a second turn. Now starts to set it up through here. Love that little stall and control to read if that wave's going to offer her anything worth sticking with it.
Yeah, these girls have had so many matchups. They are no stranger to each other, that's for sure. I think this is their 13th matchup.
Unbelievable. They've had so many times surfing out against each other. At the moment, though, it's Joanna Fay who's been having a better run this year. She's ranked number 3 in the world coming into this quarterfinals heat. Sally Fitzgibbons ranked number 11. And for Joanne, it's another one of these years where she's right there, keeping that dream alive of making it back into the WSL Finals, where both her and Sally competed last year, but also getting that much closer to finally clinching a world title.
Yeah, Joanne really is Miss Consistent. I mean, all year she had all quarterfinals, then got that breakthrough win at G-Land this year, and every year I was just looking through her, past ranking results. Since she burst onto the scene back in 2014, she's just always been there. We've always just been so amazed by Joanne's consistency, the way that she can just bring it in every heat. She's just such a fierce competitor and very smart, strategic, and she gets the job done. And Sally as well, her past results and rankings, they speak for themselves as well. Like three runner-up finishes in the world. Yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch the journey for both of these surfers. Sally on tour a little bit longer with those closer runner-up finishes over, kind of spread out over her career of 14 years, where for Joanne, it's been kind of a slow build to now really getting herself in this world title conversation over the last few years, which has been exciting to see.
And Sally just, this year being in a place that she's never been before, obviously falling off at that cut at the start of the year was pretty devastating for her, but to be in here as the wild card and still be kicking, she's got a whole new perspective and froth, and that's why we're seeing this whole new side of her surfing, which has been progressive, going to the air and pulling out these tricks and maneuvers that we've never seen from her.
Yeah, it's been so much fun to see. Joanna Fay now having a look here. Small scores on the board so far, so looking for that first real wave to unleash on. Nice vertical turn to start. More open face wrap for the second, and now connects through as this wave continues to stand up for her and hug the rocks. Nice combo through that middle part of the wave, and she'll put that finish on. She just looks so steady on her feet all the time.
She is so steady, so smooth, and just so flaring. She looks so so calm and composed, and then she'll just bash some sections, and you're almost not prepared for them, and you just can't believe what she can do with all these sections, and her timing is impeccable. And even that was an amazing way to start the heat. A super nice dredgy wave, this first turn in the pocket, nice and tight, nice carve there, yanks it around at the end. I absolutely love that, and picks this section. That was an amazing carve down, slicing her way through, and even this tricky end section, she just waited for it and still got to bash and kick out the tail a bit at the end there.
Scores to come through from Joanna Fay of Reunion Island, representing France. had that opportunity alongside Sally to represent their countries at the Olympics as well. And it's just really fun. I think for both of them coming into last year, they just had so much new opportunity getting to compete in that Olympic format, getting their qualification through the championship tour back in 2019, and then for them also to enter into that WSL finals conversation.
Yeah.
To be able to bring a new challenge. Neither of them walked away with the win or with the world title, but got to experience that and the new changes coming into professional surfing that we're going to see really start to redefine the way we look at things, I think, for the next few decades at least.
For sure. And in saying that, we've seen Sally, when I was talking to her yesterday, she was actually saying that, you know, she's adjusting her boards and her equipment to the new tour schedule, which was her identifying that, you know, now we're seeing waves, obviously like Pipe, Chopu, Sunset, and all these heavy water waves on the tour. And so she's switched over to Glen Pang boards, and she's got a new quiver that she's loving, and also they're going amazing in these fun point break waves, and she can get progressive on them too.
Down to 23 minutes on the clock. Sally now looking for her first good wave to open up on. Drives that back foot through that turn, really pushing a lot of power off of that second turn as well. Gets a little bit hung up. That wave gets really sleepy through that middle section. We're still waiting for the score to average out for Joanna Fay, but the judges loved the look of it for that opener.
Yeah, I loved that wave from her. You know, the wave, it looked so nice and bowly from the start, but the surfing that she did on it was just out of her skin. She just made the most of every section, and there it comes in at the 7.83. So what a way to start her quarterfinal.
What a way to start the quarterfinals, especially coming off of the victory for her at the Roxy Pro G-Land. Yeah. To be able to see her find that kind of momentum again, to get her 5th championship tour victory to her name, so incredible. And now to come into the quarterfinals against a surfer that she's actually not had the best record against in Sally Fitzgibbons, and now to drop a solid score, that's going to put a big ask on Sal.
Yeah, I think we were looking at the stats, and it was 9 wins versus to Joanne's 3 in their 12 matchups. So, you know, Joanne, I'm sure they don't have that in the back of their mind, but, you know, I think Joanne coming off that win, she just wants to back it up with a really solid performance.
Absolutely, as she's now up and riding again. Driving through that high line for the opening section of that wave. It starts to crumble down in front of her. It's been one of the challenging parts of the conditions today with that wind, but now she unleashes. Nice layback snap for that first turn, and she'll kick out. Now in that last heat, we saw Italo Ferreira get another win today. He's feeling stoked, and he's ready to go with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Italo has been on a magic run in this event. Italo, important heat win for you. Getting to those quarterfinals, thinking about the Final 5 picture, how much did that win mean to you?
Yeah, it's a long way to the Final 5, you know, but yeah, I just thinking like hit by hit, you know, it's been hard to me, you know, but I'm just trying to surf and yeah, and having fun and enjoy with the boys. You can hear, you know, and yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, I love the camaraderie between you guys, the Brazilians, all getting together and traveling like a family. How important is that?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. We have a lot of fun, you know, during the trips and on the contest, you know, and I have my friends here, and I have been enjoy a lot with the boys, you know, and always smiling and have fun. So this is good. Take the pressure out.
And the quarterfinal against Ethan Ewing, how are we looking for that matchup?
Yeah, it's gonna be a good hit for sure. Ethan's surfing good, and yeah, but I'm focusing myself, you know, just try to surf and then have fun and do my job.
And a lot of people online watching from Brazil, tuning in. It's a big fan of yours. You probably want to say hi to them.
Oh yeah, just want to say thank you for the support, you know, and all the message and all the energy, and yeah, let's keep going. Woo.
Love it, Italo. Thanks for your time.
Great to hear from Italo. He just seems to be in a really good space this week, and I'm stoked to see him walk away with another victory. Finally finding some rhythm. It's been a strange year to see Italo Ferreira without a win this year.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, we're seeing a different version of him, you know, just around the contest side and looking more light and having a lot of fun. And kind of when I remember him jumping on the tour at when he first qualified, he was always like the life of the party, always like rapping. I remember the first time, like an after party, I think it was in Tahiti, he was just like breaking down on the dance floor doing like the most amazing dance moves. I was like, who is this? But yeah, he's obviously having an amazing time traveling with the boys and all their film crew, and yeah, the whole Brazilian storm, they have a hell time. Oh,
they've definitely got it going down. They're looking for another world title. Maybe it will be Felipe's chance this time to finally break through with that power pack of the 3. Gabriel and Italo obviously having the world titles. Felipe's just been nipping at it for so long. It seems like this could be the year that he finally gets that breakaway. With Gabby out of the question for the first half, with John injured now, maybe it'll open up that door if Jack Robinson can stop knocking on it. But let's get back to last of Sally Fitzgibbons finding that rail game.
Yeah, this was a 5-1-7 for Sally. Looking so nice and, you know, fast and precise in these waves, working her way through, keeping the speed. She's been one of the fastest out there that I've seen in the free surfs, and, you know, always finding any section to flare and kick out the tail. And I love that about Sally's surfing.
I like the way that you were talking about, you know, her decision to change up her equipment this year, new adventure, new spots on tour. She's always someone that's kind of on a constant treasure hunt. I feel like she spends so much time free surfing, preheats in the morning. She's always just out there, no matter what the conditions are, maybe the smaller days where no one else is going to paddle out, even if it's hardly breaking. I remember at the Roxy Pro France in Hossegor back in 2019, it was literally less than knee high. Not a single CT surfer was even thinking of paddling out, and Sally was running down the beach trying to find somebody with her to go have some kind of contest. She just wanted to go 1-for-1 with somebody and see if anyone could get better waves. She's always kind of got that hunting mentality, which I think has kept that drive alive for her after so many years on the championship tour. And she has that nice wrap to start at that first opening maneuver. She's now finding that speed, driving down the line, goes for the air, and is she gonna pull it off? I just feel like that's the one thing I want to see now in this contest. I want to see Sally land an air.
Oh, she almost had one in her heat yesterday, and I definitely think we're going to see her. She's been nailing them, and wow, as we see Joanne on a really nice clean bomb.
Beautiful wave selection from DeFay. Nice couple wraps to start with. Just finding a nice pace as this wave continues to bowl up for her on the inside section, adding in that variety, different types of turns. Throws a bit of spray out the back on that one, and now jams it in, tries to go for that layback on the lip, and just something went wrong.
I'll tell you what, Joanne is an absolute dial bomb, but you'd like to say that Joanne's lucky in her wave selection, but she is so switched on and smart and is so incredible at reading lineup. She's always on the best waves, the clean waves, and I think that's one of her biggest strengths. She's just, look at this wave, it's an absolute bomb. This first section bashes that, throwing so much spray, a huge carve here to back that up. That board is looking insane under her feet, that sharp eye Felipe Toledo model. Nice just connection there to get through to this inside, and unfortunately this fall here is going to cost her, this was probably going way up into the excellent range. So a little bit of a sigh of relief for Sally Fitzgibbons there, but yeah, this is the air, and she almost had it. Unfortunately, her feet just slipping off there, but we're going to see it sooner or later.
We're definitely going to see it. Down to 17 minutes on the clock. Current situation in the lineup, we are waiting for a score to drop through for last of Joanna Fay. Her high score at the moment, a 7.83, as we take a look at Courtney Conlog, getting to paddle out against her fellow Californian in Lakey Peterson, as we see Sally Fitzgibbons now with another opportunity in front of her. Nice drawn out wrap to start. Sets that bottom turn, connects with the foam to find that projection moving forward, gets the lip line, nearly lands the finish, but just seems to be, for her, she's really going to need to connect with that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, that was a uncharacteristic fall there for Sal, and we know she loves those lip line floaters. That's what got her really good score in her first opening round to get her into the quarters, which was you know, that big under the lip you know, lip line float into the flat section, and she's been doing them since I was 12 years old, competing against her in Grom Comp. She's got them down pat, that's for sure.
How fun is it for you to see a crew like that, girls like that, like Sal, that you would have grown up together with, you know, pushing each other in those little Grom contests before there was too much on the line for you, but then to be able to see the longevity of career that's come through from your whole crew?
Yeah, it's amazing. I did the QS at the same time as Joanne as well, and as Sally, so we've had so many amazing memories traveling around the globe together and just competing, and we had so many Grom comps when we were young, just in Australia, and we had so much opportunity to compete against each other, and we always pushed each other, which was really, really cool. And yeah, Sal was a tenacious competitor.
Heaps of crew traveling to El Salvador this week. There's Lele Usana and a whole bunch of fans.
The El Salvadorian wave.
Love it. Love that they've got the whole bleacher set up there. Locals can come down from. We've got so many of the crew from Central and South America that have flown up as well to just be in the mix to witness a championship tour event here in a brand new location. I think it's been a really fun addition to things, and a really fun wave. We know that it can get a bit better than what we're currently looking at for conditions, and a lot of the surfers have been really frothing this year, hearing that we'd be in Surf City of all places, knowing how good Punta Roca can get.
Yeah, this wave can get so good. Unfortunately today, you know, it still looks so fun and so contestable. I wish I was out there right now, but you know, speaking to the locals and seeing some of the footage, some of the days on the perfect days here, this wave can go for hundreds of meters, and you can get about 1 million turns on it.
Definitely a place to travel to for a surf destination. Plenty of great food on offer, great community around, so many waves depending on, you know, the swell direction coming through, even the level of surfing that someone is at, whether they're a beginner all the way up to a professional level or really high performance. There's great longboarding waves around as well. So there's just kind of everything on offer for the crew. And we've seen Joanne and Sally really enjoying their time here so far. Down to 14 minutes on the clock. Fay dropped in a 7.00 for her last score, which puts a 9.66 requirement on Sally Fitzgibbons. More to come right after this.
J'aime bien faire du yoga, même si ça fait partie de l'entraînement un peu, mais c'est les moments que j'ai pour moi, où je suis toute seule, où tout redescend et je me recentre un peu sur moi, et c'est important.
Go, Gabby! Burn him!
Excitement levels just lost track. Bursted!
The next heat winner we have Carissa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm Courtney Conlog. I'm from Santa Ana, California. Being a surfer from Santa Ana, I grew up only surfing on the weekends. A lot of people don't realize that. I went to school Monday through Friday. I was a weekend warrior.
Today we have the Rising Tides program happening, and a bunch of young female surfers from El Salvador have come down so we can surf with them, spend the afternoon with them, and hopefully inspire them to become maybe professional surfers.
It's really awesome to have the support from Pura Vida, especially with their incredible message in general. I feel like that's why we're all here, to live a pure life.
I was one of the young girls that looked up to the professional women surfers, and it's really cool to see how this program inspires the young girls, and it inspired me, and it's super cool to be on the opposite side now and be here with the young girls in El Salvador.
It makes you realize that what you're doing on tour and traveling the world and surfing, you're really encouraging young girls to get out there and have a go and chase their dreams.
Rising Tides is one of my favorite initiations that the WSL has introduced over the last couple of years. Sally Fitzgibbons was out there, getting a couple snaps thrown in on this wave now, driving through that pocket and looking for a big score to take the advancing position away from Fay. Connects through now for this inside section, and she'll go for that rotation in the foam, throwing in some progression.
Love that. Yeah, Sally's got those reverses down pat on the end sections, and just another one of her little tricks. But yeah, her and Joanne actually, I've seen them pull out quite a lot of cool reverses. I remember Joanne did that cool club sandwich at Snapper one year, and it was like Josh Kersey-esque, and went upside down. So I love seeing the girls, you know, go to those maneuvers.
Joanne now up and riding. Great opening turn. Sets it up so well, ditches the fins completely on the second turn.
Wow, that was huge. I actually want to steal that board from Joanne. It looks so good.
Love to get Laura into the day.
Yeah, if it disappears, you know where it's gone. But yeah, Joanne riding that Sharp Eye Philippe 77 model, and she's also got the Felipe fins in from FCS. So absolutely loving that combo, and yeah, that board is an absolute gem, and she's shredding.
Not a bad person to try and mimic some surfing off after. One of the fastest of all time in Felipe.
Yep.
So current situation in the lineup, we're down to 10 minutes on the clock. Joanne in the lead with those couple of 7s. Sally Fitzgibbons with a couple of 5s on the board. She has chipped away at the requirement. She's now chasing a 9 rather than a high 9, but it's still a big ask for the Giroa local. hunting around the lineup. It was a bit of a hunt for Sally even to get down to the contest site today. She's staying on the other side of Surf City in El Zonte with a few of the other crews. Steph Gilmore is there, Nat Young, and they've kind of been sharing cars this week because Sally actually found out she was going to get here the day that she landed in Australia from G-Land. She was kind of waiting around the airport to know, was Tyler Wright going to be pulling out? Was Tyler still going to be able to compete here? Obviously, she wanted her friend Tyler to be healthy enough to be able to fly over here, but Tyler ended up pulling out of the draw, and that gave Sally the decision to hop on a plane rather than driving down the coast back home to the south coast of Sydney.
No way, she didn't even get a night at home.
No, she went to the local hotel, spent some time there, and then just went straight back to the airport. Same bag that she had in Indo, didn't refresh anything.
No time for washing.
No time for anything. So getting here, she's kind of had a few of the crew around helping her out with things. And then even this morning on her way down to the contest site was going to swap off cars with Nat Young when his heats were finished. And then she went to grab her watch and realized it was broken. Her heat watch that she would have been paddling out here with. So she was kind of putting the message out, and Jackson Baker said she could use his watch as soon as he was finished with his heat because he'd be done for the day. So Sally's out there with Jackson's watch on right now, keeping a time on the heat, paying attention to the fact that she's got about 8 minutes to go. And it's been a bit of a crazy one for her just getting here to El Salvador.
It's so wild. Those little things can be, things like watches can be so superstitious as well. You're like, someone like Sally, I feel like thinking back, she's always had a watch. Some surfers don't really use watches. They just want to be free out there and try to think of it more as like a free surf. And, that's why we see people asking for time from the beach announcers. But Sally loves a watch, and here she goes.
Yeah, I feel like she's one of the more calculated competitors in the women's field. As she's driving down the line on that one, again, looks for the section and decides to kick out.
I think she said she actually lost a watch in the rocks as well at the start of this trip, so she must travel with a quiver of watches.
She's got two, both of them. One went down in the water, one broke. And then even getting to Jackson's, I was up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with her, and she was like, can you help me try and reset this thing? We had it set for 35 minutes, and then we accidentally pressed start, and the button was broken, so we couldn't get it to even reset. She had to let it run all the way down from 35 down to 0. She had plenty of time before heat. This was about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And then finally getting to paddle out, then she received the news it was going to be a 30-minute heat instead of 35, so she had to try and work out. I don't even know if she was able to adjust the countdown. She might be down to a little bit extra time than just the 7 minutes on the clock, but she's paying close attention to that as well.
Speaking of watches and time, 7.5 minutes, this heat has flown by, and what was that? I don't think we've got a score for that last of Joanne's, but I tell you what, if she'd made that second turn, it would have gone, I think, excellent. Those two turns are amazing.
It's just gone so quickly. Joanne now sitting with priority, down to 7.5 minutes. Today, because of the sort of slow pace of the sets rolling through, I've noticed a lot of the surfers that have priority that are sitting in the lead start to pull that priority card around this time rather than waiting down to the 3 or 4 minute mark, because it could be just another maybe single good set that rolls through with some good opportunity.
Yeah, usually, depending on how many sets are coming through, under 10 minutes is when you have to be very, very smart with your priority. And this is where Joanne, look, you can see her, she's sitting on the outside of Sally. She's just going to make sure that she has the pick of the next set to come through. And this is where Sally's going to try to sell Joanne to just get her into anything or try find something underneath to get 2 new scores, really.
6.5 minutes on the clock. Sally looking for something big here. Sets up that stall to start. Now drives off the bottom. Nice snap for that first section. Finding that flow line. Goes into the air. And
no, that was so close.
That was so close.
You can hear the beach erupting. These are such insane attempts by Sally, and I thought she had that there.
She was just so close to it. I feel like a move like that as well, even though it's a smaller wave, it's so exciting. It's something that we see, so it's just so rare to see in the women's field still.
Yeah, that would have gone excellent for sure. That was a really, really incredible air, and amazing technique and height, and the way she spun it. I can't wait to see this replay. Even just the way she's eyeing off the section, you can see her putting on the brakes a little bit there, and wow, that would have been good.
Those are the sort of maneuvers that Sal can land with her eyes closed in her free surfs.
Yeah, that kind of reminded me of Carissa's air that she did back at Newcastle at the start of the year, and that was an amazing, amazing air that she did.
Joanne now with a look, a nice clean face opening up in front of her. She'll kick out. Again, maybe to just try and keep that positioning at the top of the point ahead of Sally.
Yeah, for sure. Joanne just probably noted that Sally probably fell and was like, I'm going to get out of here and regain that priority.
They met up 12 times within their career. Sally Fitzgibbons has Joanne 9 wins to Joe's 3. So Sally's had the upper hand. In quarterfinal matchups specifically, Sal's also got the upper hand. So if Joe can get it back, they'll be tied in the quarterfinal matchups. And an incredible opening turn, now finds that rail for the second section and continues to blow it down the line. Wow. Finding so much speed, so much power and connection. She just looks so in rhythm here at Punta Roca. And wow. There's her mom, Josea, just feeling stoked to be here in El Salvador with her as well. And what an impressive performance she's stringing together.
That was huge. I feel like that could have possibly just shut the door on Sally at the moment. Sally already needing a 9, and I think that might be the best wave of her heat so far. I think, yeah, just impeccable surfing there, and even the way she held on to that last turn when she sort of catched the rail. But Joanne's she's going from strength to strength this year.
Let's take another look at this one.
Yeah, look at this wave. It was the wave of the day, that huge first turn coming around, sort of a flat middle section, but walls up insane on this inside slash into another amazing little carve, and she comes through to the inside, and yeah, that was a really, really well surfed wave by Joanne, close to the rocks on the end there.
Joe's really been picking the eyes out of the lineup here. She's been on the best waves that have rolled through. She's been able to time them out and surf them really well. Sally now with another opportunity. Gets that first good snap straight up into the lip. Big wraparound. She's now looking for that speedy section. Again, she goes for the air. That was huge.
Wow.
The rotation was better. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that would, yeah, wow, Sal. Look, you can hear the beach erupting. They're just loving watching this from Sal, but frustration there. She's been so close on so many attempts, and you know, you can tell that since Joanne got that 7.8, Sally's just been wanting to go to the air. You know, the waves that she's taking off on are, you know, smaller waves, and yeah, let's look at this one. It's like she's taking off in these small waves because she knows that she wants to get like the nice, perfect mid-sized section to really go for it. Look at this ramp. She got so much height there. Everything was exactly where it needed to be, but unfortunately just couldn't stick the landing.
That was really, really cool to watch, though. And you're right, she's picking off those smaller waves because they are giving that perfect launching pad. She's going to have priority ahead of DeFay coming down to the last couple of minutes. She's getting herself into the lineup.
Yeah, that last wave of Joanne coming in at a 7.77, and you know, Sally now needing a 9.77. But I tell you what, if she had landed that, it would have been close to that score, because yeah, that was huge and committed. And yeah, I'm sure all these guys are frothing watching her go to the air right now.
So good. We've got the men's quarterfinals coming up after the women's quarterfinals. They were kind of on hold depending on how the conditions were going to shape up, and there's plenty of waves to be running through the quarters this afternoon, which is exciting. Sets us up for a good finals day, possibly tomorrow, hopefully catching the end of this swell. And now Sal with priority up the top of the point. She's definitely put together a good effort to try and get back that requirement that Joanne's put on her.
It's wild because you look at Sal's scores and be like, oh, she hasn't had you know, that solid of a heat, but when you know, dissect it, and I'm just so proud of her for just sticking to her guns and being like, you know what, I've got nothing to lose. You know, she's in this event as a wild card. Her points do count in this event as we see her swinging on this, but I just love that she's just going for what she wants.
Having one more opportunity. Nice section opening up in front. Great opening carve. Sets it up for the second snap. Throws a bit of spray. She's now gone for the stall. She's looking for that same air section, just the little chop pop, and it doesn't line up for her well.
She's got everyone on their toes. You can hear the whole competitors area, the whole beach. They're just like, like, what's she gonna do? So,
my heart is pounding so hard right now. Also because Joanna Fay is in rhythm. It's almost like she's unbeatable, and I love that Sal is going for everything she can, but Jo just has it all going with her.
I don't know what these girls ate for breakfast, but they're on fire today. I want that.
So much fun. Felipe, Gabby, the Brazilian
secrets.
Storm.
What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. Maybe how to do airs like that. Taking some lessons from the girls, how to rail surf the way that Jo is right now. Man, this is a really, really fun heat to call for Sally Fitzgibbons. Getting the call up, not expecting it. It's another event that she has not missed out on. In her 14 years on the championship tour, she has not missed a single CT event. We don't know yet if she's going to be in the draw at Rio. She's never missed a CT event. Not making the cut. G-Land would have been the first event she'd missed, but she obviously got the call up for that and for this.
She's like, you ain't not getting rid of me.
She is not going down without a good fight and a good swing, and I just love the performance she strung together. But it was the fierce competitor, current world number 3 in Joanna Fay of Reunion Island, who's taken it out with very solid pocket surfing. Love seeing it. Up next, it's the battle of the Californians, Lakey Peterson and Courtney Conlog.
Lakey, the heat leader, inside section looking fun. Quick twist and wrap. Now she's going to shut it down with the front side float.
To be honest, I just have been pissed off in my last few results, and I think there's a bit of aggression coming out.
See you in the quarterfinals.
You see Courtney having a dig.
Sea Tiger pulls up again. Second maneuver. Down carve, slice into the pocket.
You're into the quarterfinals after that one heat win. How good does that feel?
Feels amazing. When it gets quarter semifinals, hopefully this wave turns on for us.
The Battle of the Californians is underway with Lakey Peterson and Courtney Conlog in the lineup. Both of them really hungry. Lakey currently sitting at number 6. She's right outside of that final 5 equation right now, up against Courtney, who's sitting at number 9 on the rankings. Just got herself in above that mid-season cut at Margaret River Pro, which is exciting to see. I think for Lakey, she's got a little bit more bite in things coming into this competition. We heard that from her in that last interview, just saying that she's been a bit disappointed with her results this year, Laura. She, of course, walked away with a final at the Mayo Pro Portugal, went down in second to Tati Weston-Webb. But aside from that, she's really been wanting to ditch even those finals day appearances. She wants to take away a win. As we see Courtney now on her forehand drives through those first couple of sections, and she'll put a score on the board.
Yeah, I actually love seeing that little bit of bitiness from Lakey. She, you know, she was so disappointed down at Bells Beach and also with the result there, and she's so critical of her surfing, but she got down here to El Salvador like pretty quickly after G-Land, and she's been producing some incredible surfing and has been one of my favorites to watch in the free surfs. Just her board looks so crisp and fast, and her surfing's been absolutely, yeah, fire.
Cannot wait to see her get that first wave underway. She's sitting with priority now, just a 2.17 on the board for Courtney Conlog to start off. In that last heat, you could not take the rhythm away from Joanna Fay if you tried. She walked away with a heat total of a 15.60. Let's catch up with her and Rosie now.
Absolutely ripping, and in recent competitive history, Joanne, yourself and Sally have had a lot of matchups, but lately, it's gone Sally's way, but lately it's definitely been in your favor. How does that feel to turn the tables on Sally?
Yeah, I mean, Sally is such a big competitor, you know. I really admire her, and I felt like every time she would gut me, yeah, it's so true. Like, she just keep building her scores, you know, and she put pressure on her opponent, and yeah, I feel like the first kind of exchange is always so important with Sal because she can get really confident and just like back up her score always. And she's just too smart and Steph too good, and she's just too kind too. So I'm just happy to make that one. And Sally or others, I just try to do my job right.
And looking at this event, coming off an event win and now into the semi-finals, you're keeping up that rhythm and that momentum. That's got to feel good.
You're right, and from a left to a right too, you know, it's been, I always think in my mind, I don't know if it's true or not, but my mind thinks I'm just like better backside, so it's kind of like less pressure for me to go on the backside wave, but yeah, I just gotta work on it and, you know, prove to myself that I can do exactly the same front side. And I was excited to see that wave because everybody speaks so well about it, and I know we have JB coming up too soon, so I'm very excited to go back there.
Definitely no weakness in your game. Good luck in the semi-finals, Joe.
Great to hear from Joe as we catch up with live action. Lakey Peterson flying through those first couple sections.
Yeah, that was interesting of Joanne to say, you know, just this is a huge confidence boost just because, you know, when we think of Joanne, we just think of all of her wins being in you know, heavy water left-hand reef breaks, and that is one of her strengths. And for her to come from that win in G-Land over here and to be on a right point and to just be putting up epic, excellent scores, yeah, it would feel very, very good for her just to solidify any of those doubts. But yeah, this wave of Courtney, bigger set, getting a bit caught up on that first carve there, waiting for it to hopefully bowl up on the inside. You can see her just stalling a bit, just staying in the pocket. Coming through and big layback bash here and brings it around.
The shape of these waves is just turning up to be so good this afternoon.
Yeah, Courtney was, I saw her before her heat and she was very excited about the looks of the wave. She was just amping as per usual. She's probably had 80 cups of coffee, Sea Tiger coffee today, and she was like probably travels with a whole coffee machine and everything. She just loves it.
She's definitely got the full hookup. Her and Tracy are set on coffee for the whole week, traveling with her mom, and it's been great to see the two of them around the contest site. She wasn't feeling the best coming out of G-Land. We heard in one of her post-heat interviews, just feeling a bit crook, and thankfully she's looking like she's back at that top health. And she's been getting some good rest at night. She's been finding some fun waves around as well. And she's locked herself into the quarterfinals up against Lakey Peterson. Lakey now having a look. She comes from the land of right-hand points as well, Santa Barbara, California, just north of LA, and snaps into that first section, linking it up for the second. And it's a bit bobbly on the inside, so she's going to kick out. Coming from an area with the Queen of the Coast in Rincon. Is one of the best right-hand point breaks in California for one of her home breaks. Pretty incredible zone to grow up in the wintertime, a bit sleepy in the summertime.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about Rincon. I've never actually surfed there myself, but you know, a place that I'd love to go. And yeah, I've seen so many clips of Lakey and just absolutely shredding there. And that's where she's perfected that front side hook that she's got that she's just been able to do over and over again and make stronger and stronger. And I love that turn that she's got in her back pocket.
Yeah, it's a area of coastline that is kind of protected by the Channel Islands just north of Los Angeles. So there's a time of the year, there's about 6 months of the year where there's not even really breaking waves. It's kind of just those little ankle slappers right on the beach. So for a lot of those surfers in that Santa Barbara or north of LA area, they just spend a lot of time driving down south to the area where Courtney Conlog is from Santa Ana, California, with Huntington Beach right there, and that kind of Newport down to San Clemente zone that just gets so many waves. All the south swell swings up through the summertime and all the beach breaks light up. So for Lakey, she would have spent her whole childhood driving down south to compete against events alongside Courtney Conlog, and the two of them just pushed each other to become two of the best women that have ever come out of California.
And yeah, I feel like Courtney, I remember seeing posters of Courtney when she was like 8 years old, just like charging in Hawaii, or yeah, she's been on the scene for so long. But Lakey was actually quite different. She actually started surfing quite late and just skyrocketed through. Everyone was like, who is Lakey? And then next minute she's doing these big airs at lowers, and yeah, just qualified, I think 17 or 18 she did. So Lakey's had an amazing career. Same with Courtney.
Nice drive off the bottom and snap for the first maneuver. Sets it up for the second. Nice wrap, a little bit more drawn out on the rail. Now setting herself up here on the inside. Just engaging with that pocket again. trying to stay in that critical section of the wave, finding that flow, and she'll put on a nice finish. She's looking to build on that score line, just a 1.77 and a 2.93. And I wonder for Lakey, I remember, yeah, the airs that she was doing around 14, 15 years old were pretty mind-blowing for the women's field at that stage. For her, she definitely started bringing that conversation into even your pack and your generation of women competing on the championship tour and through the qualifying series. I wonder for her, do you think that seeing Sal attempt a few of those maneuvers in this last heat, would it give her any kind of fire to do the same?
I mean, I think Lakey just knows what she wants to do out here, which is these huge hooking calves, and I think that's her strength at the moment. Unfortunately, this wave just went a bit flat, didn't give her the inside running section that she would have wanted, but just to get something on the board here and probably get a good mid-range score. Nice, solid surfing there by Lakey.
Waiting for scores to come through now for last at Lakey Peterson. Courtney Conlog dropped in that 4.50 for her second wave. She's now been sitting patiently with priority. Coming up in the next quarterfinal, it's going to be Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks. As Courtney's sat patient with priority for a while, she's now up and riding on a bomb. Makes it around that opening section and now goes straight up into the lip. Finds that projection moving forward. The wave almost looked like bells for a moment with that camera angle. Just engages and throws a lot of spray on top of Lakey Peterson up into the foam, but she'll lose control.
Wow, that was such a hard wave to surf, and I love Courtney. Is just so exciting to watch. You never know what you're going to get from her, and just the speed she had here, you'll be able to see when we see a replay of this, just the speed she had to make it around that section. I think her foot moved way up the board just to get that weight and that speed and projection, but yeah, she does some of the most outrageously cool, fun-looking foam climbs I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's kind of like there's always that question, is she going to make it? And then somehow she just always does.
Yeah, this was an absolute bomb. A bit of a bumpy one, unfortunately, but she was just going to try attack any of the sections, and yeah, right there, big free fall out of the lip, and just here you see how far her foot goes forward on the board, and yeah, wow, love this big foam climb. So sick.
So good. Scores to come through for Courtney. Last at Lakey Peterson was a 5.33. Scores slightly smaller than that dropped through now for Courtney, a 4.17. And I know we got Strider Wazalewski out in the lineup. Strider, did you just see Courtney spray Lakey with that last wave?
Yeah, we were just out here watching this go by. She just paddled by me and she was talking about how fast the wave was. And it was just, you know, there's a lot going on in the lineup right now that possibly, like, just watching on the screen that you can't see. Just there's the energy between her and Lakey. There's you know, the vibe of what's happening on each wave, and then there's the waves to pick. So the waves that are coming through, those bigger ones necessarily aren't the best. It's those ones that come in after that have a little smoother face and a slower pace. So maybe even the medium wave might be the best wave right now, and has that perfect platform just to go nuts on. The waves have got so much power. You know, Courtney was saying that she was just flying on that wave, and there's power behind this wave right now as the high tide pushes in, just gives it so much energy right along the rocks. So it's a pretty fun look out here at the lineup, but let me tell you, when those ones come through that have that nice clean face, it just looks unbelievably rippable.
Oh, it looks so fun. Must be great to be in the lineup. How's the water temperature feeling today, Strider?
Say again, sorry, they were yelling at me from the PA.
How's the water temperature feeling today?
Oh, the water temperature is a perfect 82, just like the air. Every day is the same. It's warm and beautiful, and you just, on the beach or in the water, it's the same. But now they're making fun of me on the loudspeaker about me having a job that's not really a job.
Yeah, how do you get paid to do this?
Hey, Strider, I see it's raining. Stay dry.
Yeah, it's definitely raining. But you know what? I'm gonna be wet anyway out here. But it's actually calmed down the surface, and the wind is really light, so we have optimal conditions right now for some really insane quarterfinals. I can't wait to see the rest of them.
Thanks so much, Strider. And it does seem, Laura, like that just that rain has really calmed down the surface. There's some really clean sections to it now.
Yeah, it really has, and that always seems to happen when those storms sort of roll through and the rain hits. It can clean up the faces. It looks like there is still a little bit of that wind chop coming through, but you know, we might see it clean up throughout the afternoon. Yesterday afternoon it got super clean, and you know, the faces are still nice and clean, but hopefully the girls can find sort of some of those waves that Joanne was getting in that last heat. Just like Strider was saying, Courtney's wave then was pretty big. It was one of the biggest sets, but it was just bumpy and went wide and kind of missed that reef there.
That last heat, we saw Sally Fitzgibbons eagerly hunting out the airs, loved seeing it, had my heart pounding and racing to see if she was going to be able to land it. She was unfortunately unable to, but let's catch up with her now, and the good vibes anyways with Rosie Hodge.
Sally, you were so close to landing one of the most progressive moves that we've seen in so long, but that's something that you got in your arsenal. How cool is it to get it out here in the surf and have the crowd backing you too? It was super fun to watch.
Oh, it's so cool to have the opportunity, Ro. It's a big goal of mine. It's been on the mirror for a while. I've written it up there, and yeah, to land an excellent air is right up there for me and in the list. So even with winning an event, because it's been such a long road, like 10 years plus, and it's just been chipping away at it. It's something I love to do. I love the feeling when I'm up there, and I feel like time's slowing down a bit more each time, so I feel like I'm getting closer for sure.
So close, and we're right there with you, Sally, and also getting the quick call up with Tyler Wright out of the event, the injury replacement. What was that turn and burn like for you, G-Land to El Salvador?
Oh, it's been a wild year, and sometimes, you know, you have to just let go and surrender to it, and after Margaret's, I wasn't sure how many more opportunities I'd have on this stage to the rest of the year, and it's been so special. I've loved going to G-Land for the first time, and you know, I had probably a day, you know, I just got the same suitcase, same boards, and it feels a little more like yeah, like a Kentucky tour. I'm just showing up and and just doing my best, and I feel like this is a surfing that I have to push towards next year to even make the cut. That's how strong the level is, and yeah, I feel like I've got a lot of pieces. I've got to put them together, so fingers crossed I can get another opportunity in these next few events.
Great surfing, Sally, keeping up that perfect attendance record. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rosie. Love hearing from Sally, always just carrying the best vibes, and stoked that she got her name into the mix here again. As much as we want to see everyone else healthy and in the draw, I just love the fact that she's still been here event after event.
Yeah, such a big smile, Sal. She's, you know, she's been traveling alone, and that's so funny. Kentucky tour, I went on one of those once. This tour was a lot more fun and wild, but maybe not wild, but yeah, it's a good one. But yeah, I love that Sally's just been traveling alone, and you know, just going into finding her own groove, and you know, getting to know all these new places, and yeah, she's going to get that air down pat, and I love that she has that on her mirror.
Now, I will say that as far as airs go, in 2020 there was a specialty event, the Tweed Coast Pro 2020, the women's event. She made the quarterfinal finish. It was a smaller condensed field of Australian girls, and she landed one of the best airs that we've seen in women's competition. Had it been in the CT, it would have been the excellent range in an instant. So she is right there knocking on the door to pulling it out. Coming up in our next heat, we're going to have Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks. Carissa just having a little moment there, chatting to her coach, getting ready. Stay tuned for more action right after this.
I love the aspect of like bringing people together through food and just sitting at a table and talking about life, and I think that's really enriching to me because I really believe like we're here for connection. Sophie! Hi, Daddy!
Excitement levels just lost track. You did get it.
The Red Bull Big Wave Awards are underway, and Paige Alms has this in for Ride of the Year nomination, a massive wave out at Jaws, Laura.
This was an absolute bomb. I remember seeing this clip drop back in January this year, and huge airdrop, so committed. Paige, one of the best females to ever surf Jaws. It's been a pleasure when I've been out in the lineup with her a couple of times. She's truly one of the best.
Be sure to follow all of that for the Red Bull Big Wave Awards this season as we take a look now at Lakey Peterson up into the lip, snaps that tail loose and gets hung up. She'll kick out. She's now just chasing a 3.34 to take the lead away from Courtney Conlog. Courtney did increase her scoreline with a 4.17 to take her up into the lead. And this heat's just been a lot slower a lot less on offer really for those critical sections than what we saw in the last one, with Joanne getting a few 7s on the board. Carissa feeling the cheers from the local crowd. The 5-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist coming up next. But nice snap to start for Conlog. Up into the lip. Frothy section in front of her. She's keeping it smooth and in control as she engages with that power section. Wraps it back. The wave starts to stand up for her in front. Lays into the rail and has even more on offer as this wave continues to give her great scoring potential. She'll go down on that finishing section though. Looking to increase a couple of 4s on the board.
That wave had such a good line on it and just ran perfectly along the reef, just as we were saying before. I think that's going to get her back into this, and well, not really get back into, but just a good medium range score there for Courtney. She got some work done.
Some great matchups between these two in their history together. Coming out of California, as we take a look at the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, it's been Courtney Conlog that's had the upper hand, 6 wins to Lakey Peterson's 5. A few of those matchups have happened this year. It's been exciting to see it across their careers. We saw Lakey beat Courtney in the quarterfinals at the Mayo Pro Portugal back in March. We saw Courtney then take out Lakey in the round of 16 at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. So they're 1-for-1 this year.
Yeah, and that I feel like that that heat against Lakey that Courtney had at Bells, that was a turning point in her year. She was, she had a 5th at Portugal, but she was so far down the rankings and was looking like she was nowhere near making the cut. And she ended up beating Lakey in that heat. Lakey knows Bells so much, so that's the result that really stung for her there. But Courtney went on to get 3rd at that event and then back it up with the 3rd at Margaret River, and that's why she's here on this back half of the tour, just doing some absolute shredding. Let's look at this wave here. This had the nice clean first section, jams that first turn there. Goes a bit frothy here, but she does the best with it while she's waiting for it to wall up there. Nice big arcing swoop, kicks the tail out and just waiting back in the power source here, just to get that inside running wall. And she did. It finally walled up here. Love that little slash, and unfortunately couldn't hang on at the end there. Frothy wave, but it came in as a 6-point ride, so highest score of the heat so far. So the girls with 8.5 minutes. Also, this heat has flown by.
Just going so quick out there. 30 minutes on the clock for the quarterfinals, but plenty of opportunity. There's definitely some great waves rolling through, and we'll be running into the men's quarterfinals after we finish up the women's quarterfinals. Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks hitting the lineup next, and then the last quarterfinal, Steph Gilmore and Isabella Nichols.
Oh,
such exciting matchups still to come.
These are cracker matchups. I love it. I can't wait to watch. But yeah, this heat right now, 8 minutes to go. Courtney and Lakey, we have a wide open heat. Both the girls just with mid-range scores. It's really going to come down to probably the backup, or if one of these girls can get the best wave of the heat.
Definitely going to be hunting down some bigger scores, especially what we saw with some of those waves really just drawing off the rocks that Joanna Fay lucked into. And some of those smaller waves Sally was hunting out for the last half hour. Smaller ones, but still with some really good section and really good drive to them. Lakey looking to get one over Courtney Conlog. In their quarterfinal matchups, though, 6 previous matchups of theirs have been in the quarterfinals. Lakey has taken out 5 of those quarterfinals over Courtney to just one.
Wow, that's wild. So Lakey turns it on in the back half of the events. Let's see if she can do it here. Make it 6.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock, and we've got a little line rolling through here. We'll see if Lakey's going to have a look at this one. One of the great things about the call this week has been the use of caddies in the lineup. Strider, you're out the back. Who's caddying for Courtney Conlog?
Well, we got Jadson Andre. He's just caddying though. He's not allowed to coach, so he's not even looking at the athletes while they paddle by. So Jaddy's out here with Courtney's board, but up and riding right now. Lakey on a nice bowly section. Quick turn off the top. Another one coming at you. Big wrap into the bowl. Finishing strong on this inside would be good. Solid wave right there, 3 turns. There's a lot of opportunity out here. There's a lot of waves coming in underneath the fold a little bit. So, there's plenty of opportunity, lots of different places to take off on the lineup out here. You guys, it's so fun to break down the lineup and see what's going on out here.
Yeah, Strider, have you seen those takeoff zones change because that wind has kind of died out a little bit as we take a look at the caddies in the lineup sitting close to you? But have those takeoff zones really shifted as that tide has pushed in?
Yeah, it's 100%. So basically, you know, when we were out here early this morning, not early this morning, sorry, when the tide was lower, you had, you know, they were way down here, almost where I'm sitting to take off on these inside corners. And then in between here and where they're at now, they were kind of going back and forth on the takeoff zone, and now they can sit where they are now is like where they were the furthest they would have been earlier, but now they can go even further out, all the way out to the outside there, because there's waves running all the way down the point past Mama Roca. So right now they're just outside Mama Roca, and they could probably be out another 100 yards, and then, you know, on the really big sets, they're swinging way down inside. So that's kind of your game plan has to kind of dictate your position in the lineup. Do you wait for the really big ones? Do you go up deep? A lot of mind games to play with yourself out here in the lineup.
So many mind games. We got a good looking set rolling through now. We'll track with Courtney Conlog on the takeoff straight in front of Lakey. Nice snap into the lip to start. Little hand drag and lay back for that second turn. Digs in so hard. Now starts to set it up as she moves down the line towards those caddies, towards where Strider was sitting and talking about that next section opening up, and she's going to connect for the finish.
Wow, that first turn was so strong. I thought she was going to lose it on the second turn, but she just hung on. Yeah, Courtney, one of the strongest girls on tour.
Looking like the eye of the tiger has hit Courtney Conlog. We were kind of thinking maybe coming into this heat, or at least I was, that Lakey had a little bit more of that bite in her step coming into the water, really wanting to get herself a win this year on tour specifically. I think, you know, she's had that final opportunity, another semifinal at the start of the year. But with surfing like that we just saw, really impressive. As we take another look here at last of Lakey.
Yeah, Lakey, that was a nice second turn, but I just feel like she didn't really connect with the first turn that well. That last turn was really nice, so she liked it, but I think she'll be a bit, you know, disappointed at the 5.3 that's come in. First huge snap there for Courtney Conlog, just always so strong and digs into that one. I thought she was going to fall, but Courtney, it's very hard to make her fall off the board.
It really is. Scores to come through now for this one from Courtney. She continued setting it up all the way down the line. Scores in for Lakey's wave on the comparison. It dropped in as a 5.37. So now we're waiting to see if Courtney's will come in a little bit higher than that. Could be sitting in even as her highest score. And there it is, a 6.43. So it moves in as the highest score of the heat so far, above that 6-point range, and puts Lakey now chasing a 7.
Yeah, well, I think the judges just loved that first connecting turn that Courtney did with the lip there. She absolutely bashed it.
Great surfing coming through from Courtney Conlog. Lakey Peterson now sitting with priority, chasing a 7.06 to advance into the semifinals. She's been so hungry this week. You can see that hunger coming through in Courtney now as well. It's a long paddle. I mean, for her to have taken off pretty deep on that wave, bigger set, paddled out a little bit deeper, and then it just had that connection all the way through. It's going to take a bit to paddle back to the takeoff zone.
Yeah, like Strider was just saying before, when you're surfing out here at Punta Roca, there is a bit of mind games. Sometimes you can see these really good waves coming at the point, as we were seeing in the overlapping heats earlier with the boys. Some of them were getting waves way up the point and getting excellent scores while the second heat was sitting further down the point. And sometimes you can kind of get between two minds and be like, should I paddle up? But you know, with these heats here, the girls are sitting together, and yeah, Lakey and Courtney, I just love the difference in their styles. You know, they both have such different strengths, and you know, Courtney, her strengths now, just you know, committing and bashing those big lips have been paying off.
Yeah, it's really reflective too of the last wins that they actually had on the championship tour. So for both of them, they haven't taken away a win since the 2019 season. For Lakey, it was at the Freshwater Pro at the Surf Ranch, and for Courtney, it was the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And I think even those venues for wins really solidify the differences in their styles. For Courtney, big Bells Beach. It's absolutely her bread and butter. Yeah. Even though it's a home for Lakey Peterson, being where her husband Tom is from, she splits her time there. But for Lakey to take out a win at the Freshwater Pro, to be able to pull out the aerial maneuvers that we know she can, and just that really quick reactive surfing, it really suits the style of wave.
Yeah, Courtney will usually throw up into the lip and just do these huge committed into the lip surfing and some big on-rail carves, whereas we love seeing Lakey just super tight in the pocket, just totally different approaches to their waves, but I love both their surfing so much.
Fun to see them matched up against each other again here. And now you can see Lakey sitting So close. Well, it's more that Courtney's sitting close, so Courtney's now made it back up to where Lakey's sitting in the lineup, kicking out of her last wave, increasing that score line. She's under priority. She's calling out for the time from the beach announcer. Looks like she's wearing a watch on that wrist, but it may be even just to clarify or just to kind of get even a gauge on maybe the requirement that's sitting on Lakey Peterson at the moment to advance.
For sure. Lakey needed a 7.06 at the moment, and with a minute to go, she's just going to be hoping that she gets one more opportunity. You know, in 6th place now on the rankings. I think Lakey was obviously, you know, with the way she's been surfing coming into this event, was really hoping to make this one of her biggest results of the year. But you know, unfortunately, time is ticking away and she might not get another opportunity. Actually, a little bump coming. Never say never.
Never say never. A little swell coming through. For Lakey, it's been great to see her back in the jersey this year off of injury last year with that back injury.
For sure.
And now to see her finding some rhythm and momentum to make it past that mid-season cut as well.
Here we go.
All right, an opportunity.
Last roll of the dice, 15 seconds to go.
Surfer in red, Lakey Peterson with priority. She's chasing a 7.06 to get the advancing position to the semifinal. She is so hungry. Connecting in that first turn, setting it up now for the second. She snaps the lip. Continuing to offer more power and more punch, and she is laying it all out as the cheers go wild.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That, are you kidding me?
I can't believe she got a wave like that. I can't believe the wave showed up.
Dude, are you kidding? The wave?
At 30 seconds, we could see nothing.
She just airdropped out of the lip into that wave and bashed it so hard. I'm going to go out
Courtney
and say, in my opinion, I think she's definitely got the score there.
All right, there we go.
In my opinion.
7 years of championship tour experience sitting next to me and Laura Inover. Says Lakey gets the score. We'll see what the judges say. I loved the look of it as well. I felt like it was really well surfed.
She looks off it, Lakey. She's just, you know, that she obviously loved this wave, but look, airdrop into it. This first turn, so well timed, so committed coming around this section, and she times it perfectly here to bash it again. And the last big section, huge, committed, powerful surfing for Lakey there. Not even a claim. She claimed the 5-3, but I think there she was like, come on, here we go, guys. Huge first turn. Look how much spray she threw on that wave. Coming around, a lovely big snap there and into the lip again.
So scores to come through for Lakey Peterson. We still haven't seen anything in from the judges. Courtney Conlog did take off on the wave behind, but it was after the buzzer. So Courtney's score, doesn't matter what she did, it's not going to come into play. It's all going to be resting on the fact that she's already put a big requirement of a 7.06 on fellow Californian in Lakey Peterson. Both sitting out in the lineup now, waiting for the scores to drop. Judges taking their time with it. It's going to have to be well and truly the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it was the best wave of the heat. I think just the way that the three turns just flowed into each other, and just that the strength of that first turn. And I was thinking back to Courtney's 6.4. She got the majority of that that score from that big first bash, and Lakey's first turn there was absolutely huge. So I think the judges, you know, I feel like they'll be having the majority of the score go to that turn.
If she gets the score, if she takes the win, then it's going to be evening up the scorecard between Courtney and Lakey. They'll both have 6 victories over each other. This is their 12th CT matchup, and it was a really good one to be able to witness. Both of them pushing, trying to find the right waves in the lineup, and now having to come in right next to each other.
The judges
here
are
at Punta Roca.
Really thinking about it, aren't they?
They're
Look,
taking their time.
Wow, Lakey, that was one of the best rock dances I've seen all day.
Super impressive. Just prances up the rocks.
She's going to be sitting with her coach, Snips.
What, I need a 7 something, huh? Low 7.
And she gets the score. It's a 7.4.
Wow.
Lakey Peterson takes it. Score is even, 6-6 for Courtney and Lakey into the semifinals for Peterson. Steph and Bella heading out into the lineup right after this.
World number 1, Carissa Moore, the 5-time world champ. Nice sweep on the open face. Big vertical to combo that one up.
Kind of great to have another opportunity to kind of feel out the lineup and get a little bit more confident out there.
Caroline Marks using priority on this wave. Patiently sets it up for that first open slash on her backhand. Finds that bully section, lines it up really well.
I just try to tell myself, be calm, you know, you don't really have any pressure on yourself.
Welcome back to Surf City Pro, El Salvador, presented by Corona. I'm Kaipo. This is the wonderful Rosie Hodge right next to me. We're in quarterfinal number 3 for the women. It's been a long day of competition. We had overlapping heats, Rosie, but now we're just straight quarterfinals, and we're going to have our semifinals decided by the end of today.
That's right. I mean, could you believe it? Rocking up this morning, the waves have come to play. Obviously, the quarterfinals now, that wind has kind of gone a little bit slack. It's glassy. The conditions are beautiful, and the action has been amazing, amazing. Lakey Peterson, buzzer beater against Courtney Conlog. But this heat in the water, Kappa, I'm so looking forward to it.
Well, we got the 5-time world champ and gold medalist Carissa Moore up against Caroline Marks, who's making her triumphant return to the championship tour. And as you said, Rosie, the rising tide has really pushed more waves here at Punta Roca, as well as more water on the cobblestones has certainly made the wave way less sectiony, way more rippable, and performances have gone up with the changing conditions.
Yeah, it's definitely started to sort itself out. Let's see if we get a first exchange here.
Well, open priority for the beginning of the heat, and it looks like Carissa Moore just took a fractional score. So priority to Caroline Marks for the start.
This is such a fun heat on paper, Capo. When we get our commentator schedules in the morning, when I was looking into the quarterfinals, seeing that we get to call this heat, I'm just so stoked to be front and center for this. Obviously, Carissa Moore has been on absolute fire throughout the season, and just seeing Caroline return to competition yesterday in her elimination round, I mean, she went mad, and it's good to see her level staying with the world's best, and even I think she's going to challenge these women for a heat win, event win. We'll see how far she can get in the competition.
Yeah, both Caroline Marks and Carissa Moore had to get through that elimination round yesterday afternoon. The waves really turned on, but both surfers showed great form making their way into this quarterfinal number 3. Caroline taking a look at that one, and you know what? Under priority, it's going to be Carissa Moore up and riding. Nice arc to start with for Carissa Moore. Comes around the section again, vertical that time. Bowly wave tapering off a little bit, so she's going to have to relinquish to some cutbacks. She's going to get a number and just stay busy under the priority of Caroline Marks. Let's hear from the last heat winner. It was a buzzer beater for Lakey Peterson.
Oh, buzzer beater's the word. I mean, what, 13 seconds on the clock? A wave actually showed up. We thought the ocean had gone totally flat. Tell me what was going through your mind at that moment, knowing you had the opportunity.
Yeah, it's just nice to get the opportunity. It's the worst to lose a heat feeling like you didn't get the opportunity, but I mean, I definitely did a lot of things wrong in that heat. The waves were changing a little with the high tide, certainly better than this morning, but yeah, God was just looking out, and I wasn't sure if I got the score. Like, I knew it was going to be really close, but I didn't really see Courtney's waves from the front too good, so I wasn't sure where the scale was sort of at, but yeah, I'm just so stoked. It just feels like, I don't know, I've had a rough few events and getting really frustrated with myself, and so just to have a couple things go my way there, I'm really lucky, and great job to Courtney. That's always heartbreaking, and she's such a great competitor and surfer, and I have so much respect for her. So yeah, it was a great heat. I'm really stoked.
Talk to me about paddling out against Courtney, fellow Californians. You've actually now evened out the matchup 6-6 in head-to-heads with her.
No way, that's cool. I mean, we've just battled since we were little girls, like at NSSA, Huntington Beach, and I think she was always like quite a bit better than me growing up, and then it's just been so fun to have a long life on tour together and compete against each other for so long. Yeah, she's just one of those girls who's so tenacious and like really just brings the best out in me. It's always such a good battle, and she's fierce and strong, and yeah, I just have so much respect for all the girls on tour these days, but I'm so stoked to make it through that one.
And coming into the event, you know, not so happy with your results, how do you keep your mindset in the right space? You know, your faith is so important to you, your family is so important to you. What's that look like in those moments?
Get yourself a good husband who will listen to you and give you good advice. But yeah, I think it's just, like you said, it's just having faith and surrounding yourself with good people, and also just like looking at the big picture, our life, you know, it's not so bad if you win an event or lose an event or win a world title or don't at the end of the day. Like, we're just really lucky, and I think you have to just continually remind yourself of that. But it is hard. We put so much into this all year. All of us are on the road and away from, you know, our loved ones, and so it's when you put so much into it, you obviously want to be doing well, and it's just nice, like I said, to get some momentum there and have the tides feel like they turned a little bit for me, so it's good.
Well done out there, and way to capitalize on that final opportunity.
Awesome. Thanks, Shannon.
All right, so we got Carissa Moore up and riding, and Carissa staying busy out there under the priority of Caroline Marks. Wants to apply some pressure, and she's doing so with some great surfing. Shorter wall on this wave, but now she's going to clean it up on the inside on the double up and looks for the finish. And of course, Carissa Moore will stomp that finish and ride out. So the judges owe us a couple more scores for Carissa Moore to set the situation in this heat. And we have our semifinal number 1 already set. Joanna Fay versus Lakey Peterson. What do you think about that, Rosie?
Oh man, it's such a good heat. Joanne has been on fire, and just listening to Lakey's interview there and watching her wave in that box as she was doing the interview, I mean, you can tell that the woman wants it. She's hungry, and here we go, Caroline Marks.
Marksy on the backhand, and those powerful top hooks from Caroline Marks are still intact. Great rhythm, long drawn out bottom turns, and beautiful leverage off her toes there. The tempo in which she's attacking this wave on her mark, and Caroline's going to get a little extra section on the inside, so nice starter for Caroline Marks. Strider, what do you got for me?
It is on. The answer back from Caroline was mental. She just went through the roof on the backhand, had a really great tempo and flow. But Carissa really putting up the finishing move. I loved it. She's looking super focused and paddling back out by us right now. This is one of those heats I couldn't wait to watch. And I'm still here.
Strider, who do you think's got the best of that first that exchange?
That's a tough go right there. I kind of like Caroline on the backhand, a little bit more vertical up into the lip, but the power from Carissa is undeniable. Precision from Caroline, the power from Carissa. That's a hard go right there, but they're both on a mayhem, so I'm voting for both of them.
All right, well, thank you so much, Strider. We'll continue to report from the water. We're waiting for those numbers to come through. Let's check out some replays. Carissa Moore.
Yeah, Carissa just looking so powerful in the hook of this wave. It's interesting because I feel like there's a lot of waves on Oahu that you can liken this little bowly section to. And Carissa looking just so comfortable when this wave starts to stand up. She throws the fin, she ditches it, and then, like Strider said, that ending maneuver was just that kind of strong finish that the judges really seem to lap up. But this, the delayed bottom turn on the backhand, again, just waiting for this wave to stand up. So good wave reading ability here from Caroline, just knowing when to get to that lip, when it's going to be the steepest, and how to meet it, and keeping up with that pace and tempo.
Yeah, really, really good to have that rhythmic top to bottom approach. We've grown accustomed to that from Caroline Marks, who's just at 20 years old, already seems like a veteran on tour, but she's got many years ahead of her. 7.83 for Caroline Marks. That's her first number. 6.33 for Carissa Moore. Early advantage to Carissa Moore by the way of having 2 scoring waves. When we look at a single scoring wave, Caroline Marks with the decided advantage at this moment, Rosie.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is a good shake of this heat, because it's so important for these women to hear those first numbers and to digest it as they get the scores read out to them. And Caroline's going to take a lot of confidence out of that number. The 7.83 edging close to excellent on that wave. And I mean, it's almost, you know, you look at the separation with the 6.33 of Carissa Moore. She's got to be pretty happy with that. It was a bigger wave that Caroline was able to utilize that backhand on.
Caroline Marks brought Luke Egan over for her corner and coach to El Salvador, and they've been really digesting all of the conditions, because this wave has been changing a lot throughout the course of the day. And what a great person to have in your corner, Luke Egan.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he's one of my favorite people to watch surf backhand. I mean, goofy footer, obviously, but yeah, just such a good matchup with himself and Caroline. He's just got such a good, you know, calmness about him. And obviously, when he talks, you have to listen to the guy, because he's got a lot of knowledge in the sports.
Well, yeah, and he's got this deep baritone voice, so you have to listen to all that bass
Yes.
booming through your ears every time Cool Hand talks. But 7.83 for Caroline Marks, and actually that we'll see how that plays between the ears of Carissa Moore, because Caroline is going to be able to, you know, surf under the priority of Carissa right now, so it may be pretty easy for her to get her backup. All she needs is a 2.5 to take the lead off of Carissa Moore. So already a really tight heat.
Yeah, I know we've had that overlapping format throughout the day, but it has seemed like, you know, that surfer who gets that first good exchange has found that backup number, and it really has been an advantage to start with a strong number. I know that that sounds like Captain Obvious, like get a good number on the board and it's easy to back it up, but you know, we've seen only about a handful of heats flipped today.
And look at the positioning right now. Under priority, Caroline's further up the point, Rosie, from Carissa Moore. Why do you think she's taking that positioning?
Yeah, that's by design. I would have to say that her and Luke have kind of formulated a strategy of where you can sit on this point. Like you said, Carissa, she's got the priority at the moment, and Caroline can definitely hunt around next to her and also maybe sell her into a wave that she wouldn't ordinarily go on.
Let's take a look at the matchups between these two. They've matched up 4 times in the past, and it's been Carissa Moore with 3 out of those 4 times coming away with a victory. The one time Caroline Marks beat Carissa Moore was 2019 on the Gold Coast. Other than that, it's been Carissa Moore beating Caroline in Newcastle, France, and J-Bay. So odds are in Carissa Moore's favor, and as you would, because she is the veteran in this heat. But there's something about Caroline Marks right now, coming back, taking a break from the tour, Rosie, and coming back. And maybe that is something that you do to re-energize, renew your batteries, and coming back with a fresh set and a fresh perspective on things. I think is going to be really healthy for Caroline Marks.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we saw Caroline, obviously the youngest person to ever qualify for the tour. She's had such a decorated career at such a young age already. So watching her compete at Pipeline, that's the last time that we saw her surf, back in early February. So now back on the tour, taking her spot and just getting a feel for competition again. It's like she never left.
Yeah, a lot of watchful eyes in the Red Bull athlete zone. And watchful eyes on Caroline Mark. That's Luke Egan. Louie, cool hand Luke, taking a look at his athlete right here. Caroline going vert for the beginning. Another vertical snap there. On a roll right here. Needs a finish, gets a finish. And that's going to back up that 7.83 nicely. She's going to take the lead.
Wow, so well done. I mean, if you think about a strategy going into heat, Caroline played this out so well. Getting that wave under Carissa's priority, just applying a little bit of pressure. She only needs a 2.5 to take the lead. Already has the best wave in her scoreline so far, so definitely playing the game.
Here we go again. Replay.
Medium-sized wave, but this thing had a bit of wall to work with, cupped out section. Caroline was able to meet them and showing us, you know, just drifting the fins there, getting vertical. Got that easy approach.
Waiting on the judge's decision, and no indication as of yet for the number. And with this higher tide, things have slowed down a little bit, but when the waves do come, they are much more quality than we see in this morning. High tide still about an hour and a half away, so we have more water going on top of the cobblestones and slowing things down just a bit, but the priority rotation with these bigger lulls are going to become very, very important. And it looks like Caroline Marks is on a good priority rotation.
She is on a good priority rotation. And just talking about the tides, the coefficient at the moment with that fuller moon, we're seeing almost like a 7.5 foot high. The deficit, I mean, obviously going to a negative tide this morning around 10 a.m. So that's a lot of water rushing into this point onto the cobblestones, coupled with that south-southwest swell that's meeting all that water coming in. There's a lot of action happening in the lineup.
A 6.2 for Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks takes the lead. Here's all the judges' numbers coming through. So Caroline Marks with the lead. Can she keep that lead? We'll find out at the conclusion of this heat. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for the end of quarterfinal number 3.
Go, Gabby! Burn him!
Excitement levels just lost track. Busted.
The next heat winner we have Carissa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
Thanks for watching. You're a fan. You can get some of the merchandise over at WSLStore.com. We're back. Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water, and Caroline Marks with a lead over the 5-time world champ, Carissa Moore. I'm Kaipo, joined by Rosie Hodge to talk you through this action as we're setting up our semifinals and finals day here at the Surf City Pro El Salvador, presented by Corona. Here we go with Carissa Moore. Double pump bottom turn from Moore, slashes off the top, patient off the bottom again. Little lip glide to get across that section. More wall to this wave, but Carissa catches a rail and kicks out. I don't know what happened right there. We'll probably check it out on the replay. Maybe looking forward to that wave, Rosie, and not seeing any potential down the line. What do you think?
Yeah, it had that feeling for me that there was that tiny bit of disinterest. When you look at the number that she needed, the 771, I feel like she already knew that her rhythm wasn't feeling that number.
I think our man in the water, Strider, saw what happened. What happened, Strider?
Well, you know, just watching the conditions out here and watching what's happening with the water. So those first waves that come through have that ripple on them. They've got that bump on them. So it creates an uneven playing surface. So, you know, if you're going to attack the lip line out here, you want to have a nice smooth entry into it. And you want to be able to come up to it and really just lay into it. And on the way up the face of that wave, you could see her having to fight through those little chops. You want to catch the second, maybe third wave out here, or those inside ones after the set that are medium, have a nice smooth face, and allow you to really get into that lip line and do some work. You know, Lakey did fight through that chop on the last wave of her heat and come up with a score, but for the most part, the best waves out here have got that smooth face on them, that bowl on them that come through on the second wave of the set.
Hey, Strider, in Carissa's particular wave, did one of those chops kind of get caught underneath her board and force her off her line?
Well, I think she was riding a wave. It looked like she had a good a line into it. She looked like she was setting up for the whole thing, but the disinterest came when she felt that, you know, the wave wasn't going to be what she needed out of it because she didn't have the flow on the wave that she was looking for, or that, you know, you get a feel out of your board on a wave when you get up right away. You instantly feel it, and she just didn't feel it on that one. You could see her kind of lose interest and kick out.
I appreciate the insight, Strider. Good job. So 2.9 not going to factor into Carissa Moore. She continues to trail Caroline Marks, Rosie, but now what has changed is priority for Caroline Marks. So heat control, the lead and priority. So Caroline needs to play this next set very carefully.
Definitely, and it's been interesting watching her strategy throughout this heat because I feel like it's played into her favor. She's got the best wave of the heat so far. She backed it up under priority with the 6.2. She got Carissa to utilize her priority on a wave of no substance, and now she's sitting out the back with the advantage of priority. So when you're talking in terms of surfing just a well-structured heat, Caroline's doing that. Like, that playbook is just getting tick, tick, tick. Luke Egan's got a silent smile, just a secret smile.
I think it also plays into, we talked about earlier, the importance of priority and your priority rotation when you're in these longer, lullier conditions, because you're not going to have as many opportunities. Remember, this morning in some of these overlapping heats, we had surfers catching as many as 12, 13 waves in their heats. Right now, with these lullier conditions, you're really going to have to be on the ball when those sets arrive.
Yeah, more selective. And it was interesting because Caroline yesterday was just saying how nervous she was, like how her heart was just beating so hard in her chest, and trying to contain those nerves was, you know, very hard for her. She looks a lot calmer today.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pops.
No problem. We got quarterfinal number 4 hitting the water. That's going to be Steph Gilmore versus Isabella Nichols.
Oh, that's a great heat.
And really, when we look at the context of this heat, I can't get over that when you start a heat, a lot of times the way a heat starts can really determine the tempo of the heat. Carissa took a wave when it was neutral priority at the beginning of this heat and just got a fractional score. And so that's how she handed over that priority for Caroline Marks. Carissa had to surf under Caroline's priority, got a couple good scores, a 4 and a 6.33, but Caroline was able to wait, identify, and surf that big score of a 7.83. And as the clock goes down, that number is more and more valuable for Caroline Marks.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's becomes more of a pressure-filled situation for Carissa. Having said that, like a 7.71 is something that Carissa can get when she's only in like second gear. You know what I mean? Like her surfing talent is just so exceptional. She's able to put up big numbers, and I think Caroline's aware of that. I mean, I don't think she's feeling comfortable in her first place position yet.
Certainly not. Carissa Moore was going into the 7 and 8 range in the elimination round yesterday afternoon, so we already know at this break she's already broken those numbers. She's already had kind of done the formula in which to gain those numbers, so now it's just a chance of getting the wave at the right time. Here, Carissa Moore, she's going to force the issue right now on Caroline Marks with priority, taking a paddle for this one. And here we go with Caroline utilizing her priority, long wall in front of Caroline. Glides through that one, releases the fins a little bit. It's got to get on the heel rail and gets on the heels a little bit too much. That wave ran away, and now Carissa Moore with more opportunity as she has priority and a full 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, wow, that's a scary prospect for Caroline Marks. Potentially the first mistake that we've seen from her in this heat. And just an interesting thing to note, Capo, because we saw these two women in the elimination round yesterday. They reseed for the quarterfinals, and now Caroline coming in as that lower seed. It's dangerous for someone like Carissa. We're so used to seeing Caroline in that top 3 picture, and these two wouldn't ordinarily meet up in this kind of a round. But here they are in quite an early stage of the competition when you look at the shortened field.
This is true, and Carissa Moore applied the pressure, made Caroline make a decision, maybe even a little salesmanship on Carissa Moore's part to get, because when we had the pulled back angle of that wave, it did have a very, very long wall to it. You could see that.
Yeah, definitely. There was that little bit of hesitation from Caroline and then a flurry to get into that wave. So she was definitely questioning the wave choice before she took off on it seemed to me.
5.5 minutes. And Carissa Moore with priority again. You can see she needs that 7.71. Carissa Moore's year, great year. I mean, she's wearing the yellow leader jersey, but yet to win an event in 2022, which is unusual. Second place at Pipe, third place in Portugal, second place at Bells, but not that one podium position as of yet.
Yeah, it is an interesting season for her. And you think about this new format when you get to the WSL Rip Curl finals at lower trestles, that's the one you're going to win. So if she's going to save herself for any event, you would have to say that that's really going to play in on her mind at the moment. You know, best of 3, if you're the #1 ranked surfer, you get to wait to see who you match up with. So there's a lot of advantages going into that final 5 as the #1 seeded surfer.
And the crowd has made their way here, the local crowd, and people traveling from all over to make their way to this inaugural event here in Central America, El Salvador, stop 7 of the championship tour. Carissa Moore realizing the time and repositioning herself at the point. Down to 4 minutes.
This is going to be interesting, Capo. Like you said, that in the context of the heat, as the time winds down, how important is that 7.83 that Caroline got in terms of, you know, the pressure being applied to Carissa Moore?
Anxious times for both Caroline Marks and Luke Egan. And he can hear us too. in the Red Bull athlete zone. They got her in the field, so it's funny with the coaches and so forth, because they can hear us actually talking, but the judges cannot hear us talking. And we're down to 3 minutes on the countdown. Carissa Moore needs Punta Roca to produce a wave, a long wave, and it has to have that scoring potential. She can't paddle up the point for one of the scraps. She can't paddle down the point because it's not really breaking at the high tide. She has to really hold this position, Rosie.
Yeah, and just to steal a quote from what Lakey said in her post-heat interview, you know, it's disappointing as a surfer to not get the opportunities, and I think Carissa would be feeling that disappointment. She hasn't had that opportunity just yet to open up and do the surfing that she's capable of. Let's see if she can find it in the last 2.5 minutes of this heat.
It's gone very quiet. You can see Caroline Marks staying within the peripheral of Carissa Moore, so just that she's aware of what's going on here. And maybe Caroline can force the issue as well if a wave comes in, and paddle for that, put a little bit of pressure on Carissa Moore to take that wave.
Yeah, definitely. There's so many tactics that are coming into play. And just to think about the confidence that a heat win like this will do for Caroline Marks. If she's able to close this one out and make it into the semifinals, you know, that's huge as a comeback into competition. Let's see, these women are, I mean, Caroline's definitely making her presence known. She's going to apply that pressure if that set comes in. I mean, you'd have to think there's been so much time that we haven't seen too many waves come through. You'd have to think in the last minute and a half there could be something, right? Like, if I'm going to look over my shoulder, seeing a couple lumps coming through, Capo, we could get a good exchange here. Let's see if it hits.
Waiting patiently, and the clock seems to be ticking down fast for Carissa Moore. She's going to have to make a decision right here. Here comes the line through here. Will it have the potential for Carissa Moore? Here we go. Here we comes down to this. Carissa Moore paddles into this wave, gets through that bump section, working speed down the line, has to skip through this section. A lot of wall out in front of Carissa Moore before she's able to load up. Gaff a snap there. Now she's on her way. Carving turn right back into the white water. Beautiful rail work for Carissa Moore. Has to nurse that roundhouse cutback. Looking for more on the inside. Needs to stand up. Little snap there. Double up section for Moore. And taps the finish. 7.71. What are your thoughts?
Ooh, this is an interesting wave. Let's have a look. I mean, I think it comes down to a couple things, right? That was a bigger wave that we've seen in this heat so far, but those opening maneuvers, were they dynamic enough? Were they critical enough? We'll have another look at it. I'm sure the judges are definitely going to watch their replay and dissect what Carissa was able to do on this wave.
We saw Lakey Peterson in the previous heat have a buzzer beater right at the end of the heat. The judges did not hesitate. 5.23. Not enough for Carissa Moore. This is the replay of it, Rosie.
Yeah, a lot of downtime before she gets that first section. Let's see how she makes connection with this bowl. So kind of throws those fins out, gets a little bit hung up. So the judges didn't really like that, and then goes lateral with that cutback maneuver. So there's no vertical attack on those opening moves. So, you know, you can see the point of view, but there she gets busy on this inside section and gets a little bit more force in her surfing, finishes off. But you can just see there was no dynamic maneuver within that wave. That really was the wow factor to get a number. But well-surfed wave, and unfortunately Carissa out of the event, but a huge confidence boost for Caroline Marks going into the semifinals.
Triumphant return of Caroline Marks. She is in the semifinals. We're going to get back with quarterfinal number 4. When we return, Steph Gilmore and Isabella Nichols will be in the water.
Isabella Nichols currently sitting in the lead.
The maturity of her surfing that's kind of led her into that number 8 spot in the rankings.
Top 5 is the next goal.
Steph Gilmore now opens up for that first car, sets that bottom rail, holds it tight, and you can hear the cheers from the crowd on the beach.
This heat I really wanted to knuckle down and try to get an excellent ride.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. I'm Kaipo, Rosie Hodge, and we got our special guest, Sally Fitzgibbons. Thank you for joining us, Sal.
Dream team. Yeah, team.
We are in quarterfinal number 4, Sally. We got quite a matchup out on the water. Stephanie Gilmore versus Isabella Nichols.
This one is juicy. I roomed with Bella over at G-Land, and I've been staying with Steph for this one. So I got the inside scoop for you guys. But that set behind us to tee off was nuts.
So, you know, really quiet heat for Carissa Moore and Caroline Marks, but maybe it's that every other heat syndrome right now because this heat started off with a bang. Stephanie Gilmore currently number 7 on the rankings. Isabella Nichols currently number 8 in the rankings. Both surfers in that race for the Rip Curl WSL Finals and the Final 5. This is what happened as we look at some replays, Sal. This is Isabella.
Yeah, for Bella, looking at this one, I think she wanted to start from that inside position, but this was about a 20-wave set, and you can't blame her. That last one was so quiet, so she wanted to tee off and get a rhythm going. It's been a long day, and you know, she's looking nice and strong on her board, but behind her, Ro, take it away. Steph was on this one.
Oh, man. So Stephanie Gilmore takes off on the wave behind, just cuts back into this one, waits for it to stand up, gets the layback there, and then just a beautiful wrap. You can tell the wave height, I mean, the difference in wave height between the two waves. Wow, big bang finish. Stephanie Gilmore well rewarded, but this right here, Sally just puts everything into it, lays that back arm down.
I'd love the timing on this move because you have to get it so right, like where she was pushing, and she knew that the convergence of the white water, you know, you just have to be right there where you can chip into the lip line and push, but like kind of get your momentum to drive out of that turn. And I think that was one of the better turns I've seen her do all week.
Yeah.
Strider, what's your reaction?
My reaction is good board choice. She came in last night after her heat, and she was riding a 5'11" during the whole heat. She switched boards down to a 5'10", and she ripped the bag out of this wave all the way to the beach after the heat, and she's like, oh, this is the board. And that's the board she's on right now. And that board is a DNA. It's got 25.3 liters, 0.2 liters more than Toledo rides. And she's just like, you could see the feeling on that wave. You could see the way she executed that last turn, and she waited for the second wave of the set.
Beautiful, powerful surfing strategy. She got an 8-point ride.
Yeah, amazing stuff from her. I can't wait to see this exchange play out, though, because it seems like we've got a better flow in this heat, and we just had another medium-sized set roll through. So hopefully we see another pulse as the after. Yesterday I did the same thing, and we saw some great pulses all the way through, and right now we're kind of seeing that. Unfortunate for that last heat not to have those pulses all the way through for the final exchange, but maybe we'll see that all the way through this one.
We're watching another replay, Sally, of Stephanie Gilmore, and I'm always impressed by both the power, but yet the femininity that Steph has in her surfing.
I believe, Coip, she may owe me a drink back at the hotel because I've been wrapping that board up in the back of the ute all week in the truck. You know, she's like throwing it in. I'm like, you got to wrap the nose. Like, this is like the baby. You know, I've been protecting that board, and look, she needed it.
Is that the cash cow too?
It's the replica. So watch out. It's it may be making its debut as the new cash cow.
Okay.
I don't know if she's won on this board. It's a backup.
And can you give a little bit of the backstory on the cash cow? Because people may not know the story of the cash cow.
I do not like the cash cow because I've been on the other end of being beaten by the cash cow and her, you know, just like flying past me at like top speed, and that board just sat so nice in the walls of whether it was J-Bay or Karamis, or everyone's talking about this cash cow. I'm like, I'm going to knock this cash cow off its perch. It needs to go. And but Trestles did it for me. So I think it got obliterated there.
Oh. The cash cow, a magic board for Stephanie Gilmore, Rosie, that earned her a lot of money, and that's why she called it the cash cow. Well, earning some points is Caroline Marks, and some money because she's into the semifinals, and she's with Shannon Hughes.
That's right. Caroline Marks is back out on top. You just took out current world #1, a sparring partner of yours in Carissa Moore. You must be ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm so pumped. I was just laughing with her in the locker room, like, you always beat me. And, like, we've had a lot of heats together, and I've won a few times, but, yeah, she's definitely beaten me a lot more. So, you know, Carissa's probably been my biggest inspiration growing up, and she's kind of been the one that I've looked up to the most. So to have a heat with her is just pretty special, and, yeah, to beat her is pretty crazy. I knew it was going to be really hard, and I feel like I have nothing to lose this year, so I'm just grateful to be here. And it's really fun coming up against the gnarly people. It's definitely cool to see how I do under pressure, so that was fun.
It's pretty crazy for you coming into the conversation again past the midseason cut, because you're up against the 10 to 12 best women in the world. Has that played into your mindset at all?
You know, I to be honest, I wasn't quite sure like what events I'd do this year, if I take the whole year off, or I had no idea. And like I said, I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm stoked the waves provided. It's gotten a lot better and a lot cleaner. And yeah, with the tour being shorter, it definitely makes the heats harder anyway. And then I'm a lower seed because I haven't surfed all year, so just makes it that much harder. But it's kind of exciting. I feel like I have nothing to lose this year, so I'm just enjoying myself and trying to really surf good. Really, it's my main focus.
Well, you just needed 2 waves. You got only 3 on the scoreboard in that one, a 1-point throwaway and 2 solid ones. Break down what was going on in the lineup.
Yeah, I knew to beat Carissa, I had to, you know, surf really well and also get really, really good waves. Like I said, she's super gnarly and such a great surfer, and I knew she was going to put together a great heat regardless. So I was just trying to, yeah, just follow my instincts and surf my hardest, and stoked it worked out.
Well done out there, and we'll see you in the next round, semifinals.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, Caroline Marks, a happy Caroline Marks. And you know what, Sally, I want to ask you, because mindset has a lot to do with success sometimes.
She may not be as happy when she gets back to her locker pipes. I left my banana peel in there. It's just an ongoing joke that we have ever since she started tour. Whoever leaves the locker room last gets the empty banana peels. But man, she's re-energized. She's such a champ. She's just at the start of her journey, and I was just so happy to see her back. The free surfs with her this week have just been that fun, and we've just been kind of like inspiring each other. And yeah, it's good signs for the Marks camp. I think she's going to fire in the back half of the year.
How do you switch gears? I mean, you're friends with Isabella, you're staying with Steph, you're friends with Caroline. How on tour do you switch gears, being such good friends, but at the same time, when you put the jersey on, you got to win?
It's crazy. You evolve over the years. Like, you know, when you're young, it's hard to separate that emotion. But where I am in my career, I'm just, you know, I come to these events to be a part of this community. And these women are the best in the world. And I just want to show up and be a part of the free surfs, you know, trade off energy. We've known each other for so long. It'd be a shame. Like, we have so many similarities. If you didn't have like these, you know, running jokes and conversations, you miss out on so much. And yeah, in their own right, they're all beautiful people and so fun to be around.
Yeah, a lot of really good energy. How many years for you on this traveling circus right now?
Oh, gosh.
Putting you on the spot.
I think it's like 14. But
yeah.
I don't know. People kind of look at my number as 89 and think that was my birth year, but it was for my pop, so they kind of consider I'm a year older. I'm like, hey, come on. I was born in 90.
Good stuff. Well, Steph Gilmore really started off with a bang, Rosie, but now again we saw that in the last heat, these big lulls come into play.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why it's so important to open up with that bigger number. I mean, we saw it from Caroline getting the bigger number against Carissa Moore and able to shut that heat down. So Steph's got to be feeling the confidence, getting that first exchange, getting into excellence. Now Bella's really looking to answer back. She's got a good number in her scoreline, but I think the way that these heats evolve, she's going to look to get a little bit better than that number.
And Sally, Steph Gilmore, when we talk about her surfing, she is a bit of a perfectionist because, you know, just yesterday afternoon, she absolutely ripped the wave at the end of her heat. And Harry, her boyfriend, you know, she fell on, it didn't even matter, on the very end. And he said, you know what? She's going to replay that, and she's not going to be very happy with that.
She's so competitive, like in everything, you know, even at the hotel. We've been having some laughs and whatnot, but coming down for a free surfs, I've been sharing a car, and I was in the free surf, and I was like, whenever you're ready, wait, we'll come back to this story. Oh, Bella's kind of opting out of that one, but you know, I said, when you're ready to go, we can leave the beach. And so she's like, yeah, we're just going to get a couple, and we've been giving it to her because she was out there for like 2 hours because her session wasn't going any good, and I'm on the inside like any minute now, and she just wouldn't come in because like she hadn't had a good wave. And I think she feeds off that energy sometimes though, because in her heats she just starts building, and once she got that 8 yesterday, I feel like watch out, like the floodgates are open.
Yeah, that is so funny. And even Laura just mentioning yesterday, like her competitive nature, it stretches far beyond the ocean. I mean, ping pong, like cards, whatever the game is, Steph wants to win. And that's potentially, you know, what motivates someone to keep coming back year after year. I know Sally's 14 years on tour. The motivating factor to do this tour year after year, what do you think has motivated you?
Oh gosh, I kind of love my pathway and journey because it's led me to each of my goals, and like there's always this moment where I'm like can strive for something more. Maybe not attaining the title allowed me to keep pushing in my surfing and evolve, because I feel like I've developed a lot of parts on my craft since I started, and maybe if that winning came so easy you wouldn't have that strong desire. But every time, you know, I wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to get the chance to go try this again. Or on game day, you're just like, wow, I've got an opportunity to perform at my best, and that's what brings me back.
And your thoughts on this venue at Punta Roca and El Salvador added onto the championship tour?
Super cool. I think it's, you know, in that front half of the year before the cut, there's not too many waves that lend towards that kind of progression and mixing both rail and progression. It's got that energy behind it in the point break, but also I think it allows you to open up and kind of add that flair, and it's a great addition. And it's one, even if there was an event here or not, I think I'll come back for surf trips.
I think I would too. This is my first trip here, and I'm thoroughly enjoying my time. Well, there's a lull out in the water, so as we wait for the next exchange, we're just going to leave you with a little break. But stick around. We're going to come back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 4 here at the Surf City Pro, El Salvador.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Competitive surfing has given me almost every best attribute I have. You gotta go out and have these crazy experiences, and for me it was competing on the highest level for 12 years.
She has come back reinvigorated and really sharp.
We're surfers, we never retire. You don't retire. Like, you're gonna surf till you're dead.
Women's surfing has come so far in ways like power and strength and technique. It's fierce, but it's feminine, and it's cool, and it's sexy, and it's athletic. We all surf very differently, but all is equally competitive. And that's really all that matters. I don't care how people perceive my surfing. We just have to be unafraid and drive that I want it more than you. Then you can go all the way. I have definitely thought about how it would look, how it would feel. Being an 8-time world champion, 8's a beautiful number.
Make or Break, streaming on Apple TV+, plus a 7-part series that you need to check out. Sally Fitzgibbons, we were just talking about that, the competitive nature, and we saw that in the little trailer for that Make or Break episode. And you know what, Sally? We got great news. We're signed up for season number 2. We're filming it right now for the 2022 tour, so we're going to have another season of Make It Break available for you next year.
Bring it on, Kipes. It's nice to share what we live every day, and you start to really unpack the stories, and they're pretty incredible. So looking at Steph out there now, she's got so much hunger and drive still in her to work towards that number 8, and that's enough to bring her back and rise that level for this heat. Looking at it, Ro, the time ticks down, and you've been in heats with Steph. I think the more it ticks down, it kind of goes more into her court. She's so stoic and clutch when it comes to these moments.
Definitely, and just to note, the position that she's put Bella in, with Bella getting you know, the 5.83 versus the 8-point ride. That's enough pressure for anyone to kind of start to hunt on the inside. But there really has been no other opportunity with that higher tide. Sometimes you can sneak around this lineup and find something. Right now, that's not the case.
And what I love for Belle is that, like, she's shown under the most enormous amount of pressure there at Margaret River what she's capable of. And I think she's come a long way this year and proving to herself that she's got what it takes no matter what. And to win that event, I still think like that helped me still believe in fairy tales. I thought that was amazing. I had a tear in my eye and I was like, okay, it's like, just keep believing and keep showing up.
Isabella Nichols taking out a win, event number 5. That was at the mid-season cut. She needed to win the entire event over there in Margaret River, and she did so. It was truly a fairy tale, but Isabella Nichols made it a reality and earned her spot on the 2023 championship tour. And hey, Isabella Nichols right now, number 8 on the rankings, has a shot of making that final 5 and at Rip Curl WSL Finals.
And I know how much losing stings. She's still early on in the journey. I know how much hunger she has for the final 5, and when she loses, it's that moment where she's like, I want this so bad, and that's what you need. Like, talent alone, like, everyone on this tour is so talented and capable of going for this title, so you need that extra little, you know, something.
Here's a fair question. What do you think about the final 5, the new format with the WSL Finals over at Lower Trestles?
Oh, it was a great, I'm still digesting what I experienced last year, like between the Olympic Road and to Finals 5, and you know, the build up to it, and you know, you're imagining what it could be, what you want it to be. And you know, when we arrived, and it wasn't, you know, the predictable trestles, it was a bombing swell, like, you know, anything could have happened. It wasn't my day, but I really want another go at it. I want a shot to come back, and you know, Tati was so close too, but it was well in it by risk.
Yeah, fans agreed as well, Sally. That was the largest viewing audience we've ever had in the history of professional surfing for that Rip Curl WSL Finals. So the formula worked, and the trestles provided, and the performances that all of you surfers put on was absolutely incredible. I feel that we raised the bar that day.
You got to risk it for the biscuit, Kibes. And here we go. We got some action coming in, right?
A decision time now for Steph Gilmore, and Isabella Nichols needs to get busy. Gilmore's going to use her priority here. Double pump bottom turn straight up in the lip. Beautiful glide. Fades back. And a little late to the party there and gets eaten up. So not going to be a huge backup for Steph Gilmore's 8-point ride. Isabella Nichols now with an opportunity, Rosie. 5.83. Isabella Nichols can take the lead. It's probably going to be about need a 4-point ride or so to take the lead off Steph Gilmore at this moment.
Yeah, I think Steph was a little bit disappointed that she wasn't able to get that 2-turn combo clean. She kind of got hung up on her heels and had to readjust her body weight to get forward momentum to go for that second turn.
Yeah, 2.67, so the actual need for Isabella Nichols is a 4.85, and here she goes. Bella's carving through that section there. Beautiful opening turn. One more time, keeping that board on rail. Patient off the bottom, slicing off the top. This wave is still standing up on the inside. Big snap, pushing the tail pad through. She wants more, and she's going to get more. Snaps, aggressive snap for the finish. Gets caught on the heels just a little bit. Doesn't get that finish, but my gut is likely she is going to take the lead. Your thoughts, Sally Fitzgibbons?
Ooh, that was the moment. There's always this juicy moment in a heat where you're thinking, oh, as Steph looks at this one down the line.
Here comes Steph Gilmore, slashing off the top with that beautiful style, projecting down the line, throwing tons of spray off the top, times that perfectly for a snap through the whitewater. Huge closing carve, and sticks with the wave just for a bit before kicking out. What an answer back by Steph Gilmore right when she needed to.
That's classic Steph right there. You know, when a wave doesn't work out, there's been a number of finals I've been in where I was thinking, you know, she possibly made that error and I can get back in the lead here with a good choice in wave. And like, Bella didn't do anything wrong there. She chose like a great scoring ride, but then Steph was in this other part which she wouldn't have been further down the line. And I feel like she just finds that moment to be like so clutch. As you see here, this is going to be an amazing scorer.
Yeah, definitely, as Steph kind of tags that one, but really gets fierce with it here. She floats over that section. But I agree with you, Sally. I mean, looking at the wave previously, she made an error, right? She used her priority, didn't get that combo. Here's Isabella on the second wave of the set, finds a nice cupped out wall, does so much good work. You see Stephanie paddling back out. Second wave in the set just decides to be an absolute bomb. So Izzy, she's just going nuts on this wave. It's going to be a great score for her. Doesn't quite get the completion on this last encounter there, but going for it on the cobblestones, but then has to turn around and see Steph Gilmore on an absolute bomb, and that can be a little bit disheartening.
Strider.
Yeah, Kipes, we got Stephanie paddling back by us right now. She kicked out of her wave, just in time to get out in front of Isabella. So strategically getting yourself back out to get positioned to hold priority through the back end of the heat. You know, and in rhythm, you know, like you guys were talking about, paddling back out and having that wave come wide. She actually let one go before that she didn't like the look of, and then the next one looked even better, and she just lit that thing up. So we've got Isabella paddling hard behind her. She wants more. She's looking at me like, that's right, I'm here, I'm ready for more. And you know what, you can see in her surfing that she's got everything that it takes to attack this lip line and tear it to pieces. You just have to be on the right waves. Isabella's a new woman right now. I feel like watching her and her confidence coming into this event is just amazing. So she's going to get back out there and try and find that wave that she needs, but it's going to be tough to climb back up that big building that Stephanie has just built with those two waves.
Thank you, Strider, for the reporting just on time. The wall's on the water. Well, Isabella Nichols got a 6.83. She needed a 4.85. She did take the lead from Stephanie Gilmore, but Sally, the judges owe us one more score, and it looks like Steph Gilmore is going to take that lead right back from Isabella Nichols.
Oh, it's looking pretty juicy, Kipes. I feel, though, Steph is, one of her gifts is the fact that she can compartmentalize. Like, say she makes an error, it's almost like she clears that straight away and goes, okay, what do I need to do now? And then she's so present for that next opportunity, or, you know, making the best of a situation. And like we saw with, we see an amazing score of a 7.73 dropping in for Steph, and just puts her in a commanding position leading into 6 minutes to go and priority row.
Wow, row. Look at 8.9 is the requirement for Isabella Nichols, and she's under the priority of Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tricky situation as she's hearing the scores from the beach announcer. But, you know, you think about an 8.9 for Isabella, that's still within reach. There's still time on the clock. But, yeah, Steph is just so good. And like you said, Sal, she's got this ability to just water off a duck's back, right? Like, you saw her make that error on that first wave with the priority, and usually some surfers would kind of get a little bit, like, bottled up after doing something like that. And on the next wave, things start to kind of snowball. But Steph was able to just free herself up on the next opportunity and let her surfing do the talking.
And I feel like she does that in real life situations as well. She's so calm under pressure, and whether, you know, the car like breaks down or the flight gets cancelled or the boards don't come, it's just like she just has a really even temperament, and yeah, I'm always feeding off that when I'm around her.
That's an admirable quality to have, especially when you're traveling the world and competing on a playing field, which you have no control over whatsoever. So, wow. Hey, Carissa Moore, she's going to leave El Salvador with an equal 5th place. We're going to hear from Carissa right now as she's with Shannon.
Carissa, I feel like this will be a hard one to swallow going down while wearing the yellow jersey in the quarterfinals. How are you processing things?
It always takes me a minute to process things. I mean, I don't really feel like I did too much wrong. I think it kind of, I was waiting for that opportunity to come, and it never came. I don't ever like to be that person that's like, oh, it was the waves or this or that, but I felt like I surfed the waves that I had pretty hard, and it just didn't come in. And Caroline, she got her waves and she surfed them well, and everyone on this tour is surfing that good that you like kind of have to have some things go your way at the same time as being on. So yeah, of course it sucks to lose in the quarters. Like everyone here, I want to win and do well, but that's the game, and hopefully I can just regroup and do well in Brazil.
Well, you're absolutely shredding out there regardless of the waves that you had on offer. Talk to me about paddling out against DeGrom and Caroline Marks, and just what it feels like to have her back on tour now.
Well, it seems like she's kind of a veteran. I don't really look at her as a Grom anymore, but I do love her froth, and it's nice to have her back. She's a great, you know, addition to this tour, and she's a force to be reckoned with. We're all pretty lucky that she took the first half of the year off. But yeah, it's great to have her back. I'm happy to see her healthy.
Well, there we go. Let's wash it off and move on to the next stop. Next stop's going to be over in Brazil in Saquarema for stop number 8 of the championship tour. Well, we're down to just 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Sally, we got to give heat control right now to Steph Gilmore as she has a big lead over Isabella Nichols and priority.
As you can see, the tide too, Cups, it's whooshing up those rocks. It's so scary to get in and out on this high tide.
Oh my goodness.
So it's really going to depend right now on a set that has multiple waves, I believe, and to really create a bit of maybe energy around Steph to make her go on one. Yeah, it's really coming down to those moments where it's got to happen. And I know Bella's got the goods, and she can perform under this pressure, and we can see some lines coming in. So, as I said, you've got to believe in miracles.
What do you think, Rosie? What's going to be the goal for Isabella Nichols as she has to kind of first sell Steph Gilmore on a wave, which she just did. So here we go. Steph Gilmore. Beautiful looking wave. Huge arc off the top. Long drawn bottom turn. Another signature arc from Steph Gilmore. Really stalls, puts herself in the power pocket. And Gilmore continues to slash away at Punta Roca. Little caught up there. Ejection button, but I don't know if that's going to better her position in this heat, but she's got some big scores. Here we go on the comeback. Isabella Nichols looks at it and decides not to go.
Good decision. That wave looked frothy, and I think, you know, when Strider said it that Steph went on that third wave of the set, I think that would maybe be a better idea. As we see Isabella having a look at this, will she go? Will it have that clean face that she's looking for?
Oh, has to roll in with the whitewater, so big snap at the beginning. So that was some aggression. Good job by Isabella Nichols. Has to race this wall to get up into the open face. More racing down the line. Whitewater climb there and goes down. You could see that she was just a bit off tempo that entire ride, Sally.
Oh, that just, oh, there's so much energy.
Hold your breath, right?
Yeah. I'm like, how do you guys do it in the booth? Yeah, as you can see, like, you're looking at the screen and you can't see the whole picture of the wave, I guess. So you're thinking like, maybe this thing's going to hold up. But that was just one of those ones that was a touch too big. And that's what I like about Steph's waves. They just had that nice, even pace. That's like the magic one, you know, that allows you to just open up. And this is so classic. Steph loves a right-hand point break. Look at this. I think I just love that in her technique. She just hangs out on that back foot so long and almost gets that delayed drive so you can just enjoy the fan of spray. I feel like you really get to, I don't know, almost she frames it so well, almost like a Kelly Slater through his career, where you just enjoy each moment. But Belle came back so strong here. I feel like she had the surfing in her if this just slowed up a touch.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. When you look at that first move that she did and then going into that second, the surfing and the intent was there. It was just the fact that that wave didn't offer her that similar kind of thing that Steph had. Like you said, there's something about Steph where, you know, it's second nature for her at a point break to look at a wave and know how it's going to evaluate it quickly and then put the surfing in there in the right place.
And I find as well, this wave is really hard in the white water, and as it gets down towards that moment where Belle was, she just got tangled up in that and didn't have that open face. But
hey, Steph Gilmore just topped her last ride, an 8.2 for the finish. So even though, you know, she didn't get that final maneuver, it did not matter at all. Steph Gilmore on to the semifinals. We're going to be back with the men's quarterfinals when we return to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, brought to you by Corona. Here comes Jack.
You just got to serve free, I feel like. Try and get as many waves as you can and see how it goes.
That's the belief that Jack Robinson has shown all year long.
Wow, Jack Robinson, are you okay?
Medina goes high.
It's being hard to make errors, you know, I'm getting old. I'm gonna try to do my best. Maybe ask again for the judge a little more.
Hello, everybody. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. It's time for the quarterfinals for the men. Jack Robinson, world number 2, with a rematch against 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina. They just had a battle on finals day at G-Land going left. Well, now let's go right and see who's better in this 30-minute matchup. Winner moves on to the semifinals. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, con mi hermano, amigo, sí. Carnal, Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, what a great day for pro surfing. Having big heats like this, Jack versus Gabriel Medina. Who's got the edge?
Ooh, I don't know. This is one of those heats where I just think that everybody has certain things to offer here at Punta Roca. In particular, I think that Jack Robinson has looked great during the free surfs. We've barely even seen Gabe surf during the free surfs here at Punta Roca, so I'm excited for this matchup. I think this could easily have been the final, Joe.
Driving into the first section and a broken board to start. Jack Robinson started off trying to really crush that first section.
Yeah, how was the rest of the wave, too? Missed opportunity right there, but a lot of bad luck there, too, Joe.
Wow, right on contact. That board exploded, officially joining the Sharp Eye program. And he's got quite a quiffer. His shaper here on hand, watching the heat go down. A tough way to start, but 27 minutes still to go. Sometimes these boards have a little crease when they explode like that. However, sometimes these guys hit it so hard, it'll break on contact.
Right. The amount of force that he's putting into the turn and the amount of force that he's getting in return from the lip line, too. So, yeah, I could see that. They're getting glass jobs that are barely maybe 1.5 layers thick. So these boards are ultra light for these young competitors out there. But, you know, things happen like this. He's got to regroup, get to the inside, and get his new board.
These boards are really fragile and meant to perform on. Oftentimes you talk to the shapers and they say they don't make the boards the same way they do for the surf shops. They're just built to perform, and sometimes for short periods of time. Passing that drifting broken board is Gabriel Medina. Great timing as he snaps it right in the pocket. Clean reaction there. Now an inside wedge. Time to ramp up. Coils up for the rotator. And he's still looking for a way to ride out. Incomplete. As I felt like he got a little hung up there. This is really interesting. Robinson's on the rocks, still waiting for his backup board, Mitchell.
Look at the size of his legs, though. He's in such great shape right now. Whoa, that's gnarly right there. Running on top of those rocks like that, your feet get busted up real quick.
We've seen some caddies kind of take the time to be in the ocean, and this is going to be a little bit a time for Jack to get back into position, having to get out of the water. It's not easy to go over the rocks at that speed. He's not too worried about slicing up his feet at the moment.
Doesn't seem that way, does it? The good thing about those rocks right there, though, Joe, the tide's so high that they're kind of the slippery ones instead of the ones that have all the barnacles on top. Luckily, he didn't slip, but he's out there quickly. He knows what's on the line right here. Number 2 in the world. Not even 100 points separating him or Felipe. This is really a big opportunity for him.
Strider, we knew this heat was going to start off with a bang, but I was not expecting that to go down for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, that was quite the explosion in the lip. Board flying out everywhere. Interesting, before the heat even started, he was out here pretty early, probably about 4 or 5 minutes before the heat started, and he was just looking, he had his foot up on his board, he was checking out his toe. It looked like he had a little cut in it, and from just a paddle out the first time. And then you just saw him running up the rocks, trying to deal with, you know, getting back out here before Gabriel Medina. Actual scenario, he hasn't missed out on anything except for the wave that he broke the board on. So Black is paddling back out at the moment, Gabriel Medina, but there hasn't been another set. So as far as the priority goes, he's going to attain priority out the back and get the pick of the next set. So Jack in a good position still after Gabriel and even breaking the board.
Good man was. I'm so impressed looking at the time of the clock, how quick Jack went from the broken board to the rocks to right back into the takeoff zone to get priority.
Yeah.
after Medina's last wave. That was very impressive. Gabriel only hearing a sound of a 3.83. Jack's going to settle right in for the next exchange.
Yeah, clean slate right here, Joe. Nothing happened. A 3.83 is nothing that he hasn't faced before. And as you said, this guy has the heart of a lion and the will of a warrior to get back out there in time. He spent less than 3 minutes paddling in, going back out, and luckily for him, Gabe only got a 3.83, so unscathed, and he's got a great opportunity to still make it out of this heat.
Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champ, and you'd still call him a defending world champ, making the decision to take the first half of the year off instead of going right into a world title defense. You don't hear that too often. You know, obviously thinking of Kelly back in '98, where he took a few years off, accepted some wild cards, and then went back full force when we got involved with the rivalry with Andy Irons, one of the greatest rivalries of all time. Mitchell, Gabriel has been painted as a villain throughout his career, especially through those early stages, and kind of has had a rivalry with the entire tour. Are there certain names that stand out more than others as true rivals to Medina?
John Florence, obviously #1 for me. Coyote Belly's another one. I think Jack Robinson's going to be one of his biggest contenders in the future. Felipe, and I think besides John, #2 has to be without a doubt Kelly Slater. I mean, he's had great heats with him. Tahiti in 2014 is the one that stands out to me the most when he ended up beating Kelly in phenomenal conditions at Chopo. So yeah, this kid can do it all.
Steph Gilmore, 16.2 combined total as she eliminated Bella Nichols. Solid victory there. She hangs with Laura.
Steph, what we're used to seeing from you at right-hand point breaks is 16.27 heat total, 8 off the bat. How are you feeling?
Yeah, you know, the wind really died off right before Carissa and Caroline's heat, and I don't know, that little grom inside of me got super excited to go out there and surf really perfect waves. And yeah, it went really quiet in the heat before us, and then right as our heat started, we had like a bombing 6-foot-6 wave set. So that's, you know, these are the sort of heats that I really enjoy so much and enjoy competing and trying to put together a really good performance is what it's all about. So happy with that.
And, you know, looking back at this whole year, it's been a roller coaster for you, but how good does it finally feel to get some rhythm?
I know, I feel like most events this year I've had like just no sets or no, I'm always on the bad priority side of the good set and just haven't really been able to crack that rhythm, but seems to have fallen into place here in beautiful El Salvador, so I'm happy with that, and I'll just keep working at it. Caroline up next, she's so tough and she's fresh, she's had a few years off, and I think she's just, you know, she's all guns blazing at the moment, so her surfing and my surfing are very different, but yeah, I'll go out there and try and get a really good result this event.
Well, you had 3 quarterfinals and you've broken that quarterfinal curse. Joanne also had 3 quarters and went on to win the event, so maybe it's lucky.
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, no, I'd love to win here, of course. Any event wins great and really helps that fight to get into the top 5 for the finals at Trestles, so I'll do my very best.
Amazing. We'll see you tomorrow into the semi-finals.
Thanks, Laurie.
Stephanie Gilmore happy into the semifinals. Here goes Medina on his 3rd look at a wave in this quarterfinal matchup with Jack Robinson just up and out, down to 20.5 to go. But Steph Gilmore, what a roll that was. So many sets, so many great opportunities. Medina pulling an audible, catching another quick wave, and he'll step off.
I don't mind the strategy and approach from him though, but just going back to Steph real quick, Joe, I think the best performance we've seen from her all year long, 16.2, and look at this, Jackie boy.
Big down carve slice, Robinson, a lively rock and roll float. What a cool combination of turns from the man from Margaret River.
How competitive are these guys too? He recognized that Gabe was right there, tried to kick out before he could see him and snag priority, but seems like Medina's going to be in good position to establish priority up the point, and boy, the waves have turned on right now, Joe. It's nonstop.
Just so creative in Robinson's approach as well, and I think when he qualified as a rookie, everyone knew he'd be a favorite at Pipe, a favorite in Tahiti, a favorite in slabs, like at the box if the venue was sent there on his home court. I think people wondered how he'd handle tough decisions in heats when the waves got hard and challenging. He's been proving himself time and time again. Let's take another look at this one.
Well, a fantastic carve to start this wave off, and a mean floater right there too. A lot of aggressiveness with that kind of rock and roll stance, but I really like the approach that he takes to these kind of waves. I think a good way to perceive how Jack Robinson surfs his heats, it's if it were like his last. You know, he goes out there and tries to give his best, and as you can see right there, the amount of commitment and use of his rails, on that first carve and then going straight up into the floater right in Gabe's face too. That's a great way to start off his heat.
2 cool moves back to back for Jack Robinson, and one of the meanest down carves we've seen today. Strider, how you feeling?
I mean, I'm going to go into my thought process here. I watched him run up the beach before the heat, and I'm looking in and I'm seeing the Volcom shorts and the blonde hair and this whole vibe coming out, and I'm just looking at him going, wow, it just looks just like Bruce Irons. And then he went into that turn where he did that huge gouge, and I was like, what is going on here? It was like a rebirth. So, you know, he's amazing in the barrel like Bruce was. He's amazing at all these heavy slabs, and he's got these amazing performances on the face. So I just have these mirrors of Bruce Irons out here with it, and I think it's a huge compliment because he's one of the best to ever do it. And, you know, he's on a roll. He's been on fire out here, so love seeing Jack and the way that he's surfing and how hard he's ripping into these walls.
I love that read, Strider. I was right there with you. I was about to ask Mitchell about the Bruce movie that came out a long time ago. It looks so similar to how Bruce Irons performs. As we see Gabriel Medina throwing a nice clean backhand hack. Incredibly glassy conditions. He slams that one right in the lip. Belting it again. Clean start on the 3 first turns. There's a 4th as Robinson's getting started behind him. Robinson's getting hung up and he goes down. And Medina kicks out of his best wave so far.
No doubt. And boy, this is everything we expected from this heat too, Joe. A lot of fireworks. And despite it not being a high scoring affair so far, I think we're going to see a lot more in these next 17 minutes to come. But what a start from Gabe on that wave too. The combination on the outside, critical sections, top to bottom surfing, and really the waves have stood out this afternoon right now, Joe.
Loving the patience of Gabriel Medina on a solid right like this. Take us through it, Mitch.
Well, first of all, I love the fade. It put him up into a great position for that top turn. Did it again for the second one. That one even stronger. That's going to score well. But his ability to just manufacture a score out of something that I think a lot of people would say is a fatter wave, that was a wave that a 3-time world champion surfed to its potential best.
Really great read and lining up some big backside turns, but just like you said, the fade set up the whole ride.
And how's his arm positioning too? Right up into the lip right here. Great use of that pocket, but this second turn is definitely the best I've seen him do all event long. An even deeper fade, great bottom turn, elongated, snaps it right up into the pocket, and I love the way he stays low throughout that turn too, Joe. Well, he's just so quick in transition. The way he's able to go from one maneuver to the next, and the lines that he's able to track too on this long right-hand point break of Punta Roca, just stunning, really.
What a great set, and then Robinson just missing out on an opportunity to back up his 5.5. The 5.5 came in from the combination of turns, the down carve to float, as we wait for Medina's score to come through. We know Medina's a Corona team rider, and Laura's probably in Medina's second favorite spot to be when he's not lighting up the lip at Punta Roca.
Yes, guys, I'm down here in the Corona bar. It is absolutely popping off. It's only 3:30 on this Thursday afternoon here in El Salvador, but it's 5 p.m. somewhere, and I'll tell you what, the vibes are high here. We have an incredible afternoon ahead of us. These heats are amazing, and everyone behind me having one hell of a time. I think I might need a nice cold Corona.
You totally deserve it, Laura. I bet they're erupting on this heat. The waves are coming to life, and also the Corona bar is coming to life. How good does this get today?
Thank you.
Enjoy it, Laura. Yeah, have fun. Lucky. That was on our commentary roster this morning. Laura, Corona bar, quarterfinal #1. What a great place to be and watch pro surfing.
Where did our invite go?
I know. Soon, my friend.
We should have done this heat from the Corona bar instead.
14:45 on the clock. Medina will get the lead with those backside hacks, a 6.33. Robinson missed opportunity falling on the last wave, but he did regain first priority as he's only chasing a 4.61 on the rematch from G-Lang. 14 minutes to tell the story of quarterfinal #1. We'll be right back.
Yeah, you want to win the titles and stuff, but you know, I really look forward to the performances, having some good battles of guys and bouncing off each other. Then you're putting on a show for everybody, and then that leads to the event wins or the titles, whatever it be. Then that comes after that.
still feeling like I'm a whole person without needing to win is a really important human experience. Especially because you've had an unusual amount of winning.
Imagine if your life was a movie, what would you do? After all this time, I almost want people to experience this story that I've had. To properly meditate, I should probably be like,
I kind of like what people talk about it right now, you know, like, oh, the fastest surfer, you know, like the unpredictable guy, you know, like kind of like that. And then that's something that I know that people won't forget for a long time.
It was a very interesting time in the jungle on finals day with Gabriel Medina on a roll, welcoming him back to the tour after taking the first half of the season off. Ended up just lighting up these performance-sized conditions through the Money Trees section of G-Land. He always looked like the man to beat, but it was the composure and precision of Jack Robinson that got him the big win, especially on the final exchange.
Yeah, and it was a close heat too, 13.9 to 13.33 points. But I think the ability of the barrel riding for Jack Robinson was able to give him the win. Obviously being on some larger waves too, but you talk about a goofy footer that's going to do well at a left-hand point break. You think of Gabe, you didn't really think Jack Robinson was going to succeed as much as he did. Came up with the win, Joe.
And you look at like a head high, a couple feet overhead left, Gabriel Medina, you're going, who's going to stop this man? We've seen him perform to the top ranks at Cloud Break in that similar type of size as a goofy footer. That was a big win for Jack Robinson, as Jack is now #2 in the world, right behind Felipe Toledo, as the last few years have all been about the Brazilian domination in pro surfing, as they've had it for Medina last season, Italo back in 2019, Gabriel's second world title in 2018. It's been all Brazilian world titles. Jack trying to change that up as the top rated Australian in the draw at the moment.
Yeah, and two superpowers, I would say, out of the sport of surfing too. And obviously Australia's making a big comeback too. I feel that them on the Challenger Series are going to do extremely well this year, especially with the different locations we have. Bolito's one stop that I feel a lot of people with a similar style to Jack Robinson say Joel Vaughn, maybe even Callum Robson could do well there. But I think going back to the point about this kid being a rookie last year, winning the last event that he could possibly surf in, needing a result, he ended up defeating David Silva in a great final too. But then coming back in his sophomore year and winning back-to-back events, it's unprecedented, really. And I think we're seeing a phenomenon of the sport of surfing in the water right now.
Jack Robinson quickly to 3 event wins in a short period of time in his career, as Medina didn't really take long to take over the world. 16 championship tour victories in his incredible career, and started winning at the age of 17. First final in France, backed it up with a win in San Francisco. 2 wins very quickly when he was just a teenager.
Yeah, and both of them at beach breaks too. Now you've seen the way he's evolved his surfing. 2014 winning the first event of the season against Joel Parkinson at his home break of Snapper Rocks. Incredible, really. Goofies hadn't dominated that event before, up until Gabe ended up winning that year in 2014. Go to Jeffreys Bay 2019. He's done extremely well at Bellows, and he's done very well for himself this event so far at Punta Roca.
Checking out this wave just briefly is Gabriel Medina, holding his position now. He's got a little bit more freedom under priority. One of the most dangerous ever when he doesn't have priority and he starts freestyling, especially with a big lineup like this at Punta Roca. It's almost impossible to defend when it's your turn with priority. Kanoa Igarashi timing the rock jump. A little bit easier to get out there on a higher tide. Kanoa's now moved up to #3 in the world on the live rankings.
And I expect him to make it all the way to the Rip Curl WSL Finals too, into the WSL Final 5 at the moment, but he hasn't had a win this season so far. Joe looking for his first one of 2022. Another big thing for Kanoa as well. This is a huge kind of mini Californian rivalry in the water in the next heat between him and Griffin.
Griffin Colapinto versus Kanoa Igarashi. I can't help but think of U.S. Open matches, especially a final that Kanoa won over Griffin back in 2018. Griffin got him back last season in the semifinal to take his U.S. Open title. So this is a big one for Southern California and obviously Japan. Felipe Toledo has Callum Robson for a Bell's Final rematch. Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira, 5th and 6th in the world. Very critical in quarterfinal number 4 for the WSL Final 5.
Ay caramba. Ay, 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 ay. There's a lot of fire in these quarterfinals right now, Joey, and so far this quarter number 1 hasn't disappointed, but how about the performance level that we've seen not only yesterday but today so far? The waves have showed up. It glassed off right now during the afternoon. I think we've been having a great time, and more importantly, these surfers have had opportunities to prove themselves in these spectacular waves here in El Salvador.
Just love how the wind cooperated in the afternoon with that increasing tide as well. You see how glassy these waves are at the moment for Medina and Jack Rabo going back and forth. As we mentioned, it's about Brazilian domination the last few years, but the Australians traditionally had dominated the sport for several years. We've had PT on hand for the call, the very first Australian world champ. Obviously, Rabbit Bartholomew's been enjoying the call for a majority of this season, as all the titles were focused on Australia, especially when it got passed to MR, who ended up having 4 straights.
Yeah, I mean, 4 world championships in an era that was fairly new to competitive surfing as well. He was able to dominate right there. Then you see the 80s, Damien Hardman, Barton Lynch had one in 91 as well. And then you fast forward to the 2000s, Mick Fanning ends up with 2. 2013, he gets his 3rd one. Joe Parkinson ends up winning 1 too. And then Mark Occhilupo, one of the greatest goofy foots of all time in 99 as well.
Running after some open faces, Medina squares up vertically. Big connection there. Lively backhand float. Kind of had to redirect the carve a bit. Arcs it off the top and smashes the oncoming section. So quick. Backhand or forehand, Medina will hop over that inside wedge and will continue to do work. Off the bottom again, frames up another solid snap. A guy that never appears to tire out at any time in a matchup will improve on a 3.83, rifling off backhand turns.
So the only surfer outside of the top 10 in the rankings right now in the quarterfinals at the moment, Gabriel Medina, and he's looking great as always, Joe, but I just feel like this was the most important and smartest strategic decision he could have made at this point of the heat too.
Had so much speed, he had a lot of work to do to cover some ground here.
Yeah, but an excellent first turn right up into the lip, a strong one as well. Beautiful variation with that floater as well. And how about that kind of 2-stage turn right there up into the lip line? But the recognition that he has just to know that this wave is going to back off a little bit, going to give him some time to relax and set up for these final finishing turns right here. Beautiful pace, but more importantly, the way he was able to manufacture a score out of a difficult wave too, Joe.
Impressed with all the sections he had to beat, especially on your backhand here at Punta Roca. Hard work, but Medina always makes it look so easy. Very dedicated to his fitness program. And that's something that he's always done, especially when he started finding little injuries from doing some big airs in those early years on the championship tour. He wasn't really one to have an injury and just disappear. He would work through it. He would surf differently. He was that dedicated to his craft to achieve his goals that he didn't really want to be sidelined, and he found a way to heal through his fitness and making those subtle adjustments where he never really disappeared.
Right, and much like Kelly Slater, I mean, Kelly went through a lot of injuries throughout his career too, and ended up surfing with them because he didn't want to relinquish his spot. He didn't want to go back down on the rankings. And all of a sudden you see somebody like Gabe too rise up to the cream, a la crema, we say in Spanish, rise to the top. And I think the cherry on his cake so far has been that 3rd World Championship where he won and became the first person to win the Rip Curl WSL Finals as well. Not only forcing Felipe to want to get that 3rd match, but also cementing himself as one of the only people to land a backflip in surfing.
That was incredible. That Flintstone rotation on the left made everything so exciting. I don't know if I've heard a bigger eruption before on the cobblestones of Lower Trestles last September. Medina always said a 3rd world title was always his original goal. He wanted to join that legacy of Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, Tom Curran. Now the next step would be to equal Mark Richards. If he can get one done this year, obviously missing the first half of the season, he definitely has some work to do.
Absolutely, but so far so good. I mean, if he makes it out of this heat, it's going to be at least 2 semifinal finishes so far in the 2 events that he surfed, Joe, and I think as of right now, you got to look at the way he's paced himself throughout the event as well. Didn't have to surf the elimination round, did extremely well this morning in the round of 16, and so far catching just 6 waves in what has been a 26-minute heat so far.
As we see a takeoff from the top of the point, Jack Robinson needs a 7. He's going to go for the punt, ends up rotating out the back. And he'll still be needing that 7 with 3:30 to go. Priority with Medina now.
It's an attainable score, that's for sure, especially for his standards and given the current conditions as well. It seems like he's trying to force that score to be relinquished on just one maneuver though, Joe. There's a lot of length to these rides right now. We know that length doesn't go into the judging criteria, but I still think that he should kind of split it up in between patterns. Maybe take a wave up the top, maybe take a wave up the middle or down the middle, but either way, don't focus on just the one and done.
Pretty exciting quarterfinals still with 3 minutes on the clock, Strider.
Yeah, it's been exciting. I feel like what we just saw there was a by design performance by Gabriel Medina, catching that little wave. But before he caught that little wave, where I think he got a 6 something on it, he drug Jack way up the point, kind of way as deep as he could possibly get, and sawed out that little wave. But in doing so, he had Jack kind of tailing him the whole time. And in my mind, I'm thinking, Jack's too deep. Jack's too deep. He's looking too deep. If a set comes, he's going to be too deep. And sure enough, when that wave came, he was too deep. So I feel like that whole thing was set up by design by Gabriel to get him on his next wave to be too deep for the wave, and he was. And unfortunate for Jack, because at the end of that wave, it rifled off all the way down the point, and he could have got a score that he needed.
Great read, Strider. It's muy interesante how Gabriel Medina can influence a competitor with positioning, don't you think, Mitch? Where he can just out-position himself, where probably he doesn't want to sit, but he's actually trying to influence his opponent to kind of get out of rhythm.
Yeah, he's trying to make you to commit the worst decisions you can in these 30 minutes, and he's also going to use your bad decision-making against you as well. Perfect example, Joe, Tahiti 2014, the quarterfinal against Kolohe Andino. What did he do? Power them way up the point. They lost so many opportunities on the inside where the waves were pumping, and more importantly, time was just winding down for Kolohe. Meanwhile, Gabe already had a couple of scores on the board.
Oh, it's one of the craziest things to see how a surfer can get you off your game at the start of a heat and just throw you off by out-positioning. Medina is an absolute wizard, and then he backs it up with what he can do. Makes him almost unbeatable at times. Down to minute 25, Mitch. We know what Jack's been doing lately. Obviously, buzzer beaters haven't been a problem for him this year. Beating Italo at the buzzer at Bells. Did it twice on finals day at G-Land. Had a great come-from-behind effort against Jackson Baker earlier today. Can he do it again?
I believe so. He just needs the opportunity, though. 60 seconds, Joe. It would have to be at least a 2-wave set for him to do that, because you know that Gabe's going to be on top of him with priority right here.
Robinson needing a 7 as the ocean's just quieting down. Real smooth conditions. Only waves breaking are just lapping up onto the rocks here at Punta Roca. World number 2 has been on such a roll. We were wondering if he could be a man to go 3 in a row as CT event wins.
Either way, give it up to this guy. He's had a stellar year. He's gone back-to-back, which few people have done in their career, first of all. And most importantly, he solidified his spot within the WSL Final 5 at the moment, going into Brazil. A spot where he hasn't done well. It's only his 2nd time competing there. And if we're at the right at Barrinha, you better watch out. This kid's one of the favorites to go into there as well.
Down to 10 seconds on the clock, and it looks like Jack Robinson is going to start heading into the beach. What an effort after a broken board on his first wave. And ends up running on the rocks and put up a solid fight. A 5-5 on aggressive combo, but it was Gabriel Medina getting payback on Jack from G-Land. Gabriel moves on to the semifinals as we prepare for Kanoa Igarashi taking on Griffin Colapinto. We'll be right back. Griffin Colapinto will take on Kanoa Igarashi.
This is an important event for sure. It's definitely an event that I want to bank on, and I definitely want to keep pushing.
Big section here opening up for Colapinto.
Have my dad here, and to win with him would be awesome. Saw Jack Robbo do it at the last 2 events. He just seems so in the zone. Kind of want to take a little piece of Jackie boy.
Stand back when I catch fire.
¿Listos?
Vámonos.
Vámonos pues. Another great heat. Quarterfinal number 2. Kanoa Igarashi taking on Griffin Colapinto. Kanoa Igarashi, a man on a move, coming into this event number 4 in the world. Since then, on the live rankings, he's jumped up to number 3. Griffin Colapinto from Southern California. Had a lot of meetings with Kanoa Igarashi growing up in that NSSA Southwest Open Season Conference. A lot has changed since then. They've had US Open final battles, semifinal battles. Both have titles at that amazing venue on the south side of Huntington Pier. But now it's coming down to this here at Punta Roca. Joe Turpel going Mitchell Salazar for the call. Mitchell, things kind of calmed down a little bit in an eerie fashion in the Medina Jack Robinson finale. Hopefully things pick up out of the gates for these two.
Yeah, and you know me, Joe, I'm a big baseball fan. I prefer a pitching duel to a home run derby any day. And that was one of those heats right there where, despite the low scores, it was one of those tense moments during the entire heat where you could just feel one wave's going to make the difference.
Gabriel Medina getting some high fives from Bruno and Sam, as we'll be talking to him on the glass in a moment. Back into another semifinal on his return to the championship tour. And he knows he just has to go all the way, pick up several wins for a shot at the WSL Final 5. Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi have some pretty exciting matchups, and sometimes you have the best rivalries when you know a lot about each other. When you've had tough losses in big finals, like first for Griffin in that final at the US Open, that was a tough one for him to walk away from when he'd gotten so close.
Right, I remember that one too. I actually thought that it was a much closer final, and the scores reflected too. There was one wave of Griff at the end that I feel if he would have had one more turn on the outside, it probably wouldn't have been the score that he needed to win. But props to Kanoa, and as you always know, he's game to do anything as well. And both these surfers missed out on the opportunity to make the Rip Curl WSL Finals last year. I don't think they're going to miss out this year, Joe.
Let's hear from Gabriel Medina with Laura.
Yes, Gabby, it's been a huge day. Unfortunately, went a bit slow in that heat, but you were saying not too bad because you got the win.
Yes, win is always good. I would take it, but it was really slow. I wish we could have more waves, but I'm happy with the win. It's an important result for me, so yeah, I'll try to keep going.
Back-to-back semi-finals must feel amazing, but talk about coming up against Jack. He's been in form all day.
Yeah, Jack is a good surfer. He improved it so much, and it's been amazing to watch these guys, especially him, because I mean we kind of grow up together, so it's good to see him up there, just pushing everyone, and to have a hit against him, it's always good. He got me in G-Land. It's good to get him here, and we're gonna keep going. That's what we live for, and that's why it's fun.
And talking about pushing, at the end of the heat there, you might have actually just pushed Jack a bit too deep for that last set. Was that on purpose?
Yeah, a little bit, just to make it more, I don't know, get to his head a little bit. It's easy to serve with no pressure, and just testing these guys.
Well, absolutely love it. Into the semi-finals tomorrow. Congratulations, Gabby. Anything you want to say to anyone back home?
Thank you. Yeah, I wanna obrigado a todos que estão assistindo. Feliz de ter passado. E vamos que vamos. Se Deus quiser vai dar bom. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thanks so much, Gabriel and Laura. We're going into an air show. Colapinto goes down hard to try to answer to what Kanoa just laid down on the opening wave of the quarterfinal. Igarashi had so much room to enjoy the hype. He got to look at all of La Libertad from the top of that punt.
La altura, the height, and that air was sick, Joe.
Kanoa Igarashi in transition through the inside now. And he'll hop out. What an impressive start. As we are catching up with Medina, his 12.5 total to move on, and looks like might be aiming towards a board change here.
Perhaps. I mean, that strider right there, though, I think he actually might be sitting on the lower side of the wave.
Positions.
Yeah. So kind of separating himself. Oh, no, he is switching the board. I think he might have buckled it. This happened yesterday with him, too. Good call, Joe.
Also a big part of the Sharp Eye program as Tommy Whitaker goes straight to investigate what happened to the bottom of that board. From our vision, the height he got was incredible. It felt like a soft landing, but he definitely got a lot of amplitude there.
Yeah, and his previous, he didn't really get the kind of scores that he wanted. Way up the point on this one, but as you were saying, the height, the hang time on that one, and how's the padded landing right there, too. Just a beautiful grab, straight air, and kind of one of the more underused airs in the sport of surfing, too, Joe.
That just reminds you of punk rock music, doesn't it?
What song does it remind you of?
So many. Just Social Distortion from Old Filthy Habits. Just so many cool punk rock songs and Taylor Steele movies.
Cut you up.
Frontside air was so popular.
And then Griff with the response here, Joe, just a 2.17, but he kind of has a similar approach going for the airs as well on the big sections. But they were way up the point for that first exchange as well. So good on Kanoa to actually get a score out of that exchange way up there.
So clean. That number still yet to drop for Igarashi. Colapinto 217. As we're kind of feeling the Huntington vibes, we've talked about U.S. Open titles. Might as well bring in one of the best to do it. The Southside Huntington Pier, two-time U.S. Open champ Brett Simpson joining us for the call. Simpo, great to see you, man. Thanks for calling in.
What's up, fellas? Looks like we got Griff up and riding right here.
Straight into some action. Colapinto throws it vertically. Great decision there. Kind of little downward slice to set up the foam climb. Off the bottom, tail whip reverse. Wrapping it through this inside corner. Griffin inspired to blast the inside section again.
Wow.
Wrapping it through. Can he finish on his feet, Brett? We'll see in a second here, and he will cheer his way on through that final move. Brett, how fun is it looking right now?
Waves are turning. Yeah, the waves are turning on. It's finally looking like Punta Roca right now. I know some of the heats were a little tricky early, but it's cool to see the boys like in the crucial quarterfinals heats. Look at these waves. It's kind of reminiscent of maybe some Karamas. You know, I think both these guys are right at home in these type of waves, so it should be a showdown. SoCal boys.
Looks like we've got another one here for Kanoa as he sets up his first move. Nice clean top turn. Jams it right on the money. Hard off the bottom and throws in a nice snap. Gets back into the wave for a frontside arc. Nice pace to this ride for Kanoa. Digs in again in the open face. Had a 6.67 on his start. Down to the inside bowl. Rapid cut back. Igarashi lays into a meaty hack to seal the deal on a Punta Roca special. Really fun to watch that read and how smooth he was in transition. Obviously something you've been watching for a really long time, seeing Kanoa grow up right in front of your face in Huntington, Brett.
Yeah, it's been amazing. It's been an honor to see him kind of, take the reins, and he's represented the city really well, and he's puts in so much work, and to see it all paying off right here on the world stage, it's impressive. I back him big time, and I think it's important that for our youth especially, he's setting a high bar, which we needed in our area, and it's good to see him. Look at the style, the flow. He's spent a lot of time in El Salvador, so he knows this wave really well.
Love all the decisions with maneuver choice there. Stayed right where he needed to be in the pocket, Mitch.
Yeah, he did, and just great wave selection too. Knew when to execute on this wave, and the variation, as you were mentioning, Joe, just spectacular. But I also feel that he's gotten a lot bigger as far as muscle mass goes too. You can definitely see it right here, the amount of power he has in each one of these turns.
Absolutely drilling that section, and for a moment got hung up, but he was so smooth that it was easy to forget about that slight hung up. And then for Griffin to answer back here, Brett, what'd you think?
Yeah, no, this was really good. I guess, like, comparatively, like, Griff is like maybe a new school Julian in a sense. Like, he has that compact style, has all the tricks in the book. I think there's realistically only, 5 to 7 guys that have that whole thing. And I see Griff, the next handful of years definitely battling for a title, and he's holding it down for the SoCal boys.
He certainly is. What a battle here, and a great vision, and to see everything he did on this wave, Mitch.
Yeah, I particularly love this wave a lot too, and it's great to have Brett on the mic too right now, because the amount of transitional turns that he used in between the big maneuvers out there right now, I think that's something, Brett, that we really hadn't seen maybe with your generation. We're seeing a lot more with these younger guys on tour.
Yeah, and I think that's important. That's what makes a good surfer to a great surfer. And watching these guys, when you do high performance maneuvers like that, chuck the fins, being able to reconnect, get your feet right really quick, straight into the next maneuver, and especially at waves like this, that's when it goes like those subtle, distances from a 8 to a 9.5 or vice versa. So I think that's important. And the waves are starting to turn on. It's pretty special. Look at this wave right here. It looks like Kanoa going to have a dig. It looks like or Griffin with a nice wall. So big kind of Parco-esque swoop right there. Little slash. So he's setting this one up nice. Maybe lost the fins a little bit on those first two. So he's kind of just going to form through this. He's going to have to go for something big if this section asks for it. Maybe something on the inside right here, wraps it again. So look at the form, the style. As a surfer, that's important to me when I watch surfing. Like, I like to see guys make it look good, make the easy or make the difficult look easy. And I think it's not always easy to do.
Well, that's what you're famous for, Brett, making everything look like butter. Smooth transitions, flowing into an air reverse, and being unpredictable, but keeping people guessing all the time. Are you going to do a carve? You're going to transition out and do an air? I think Griffin really handles that really well, just like Kanoa. There are similarities in these two styles. What makes Griffin different from Kanoa Igarashi in your mind, Brett?
Well, I think I would say maybe Griff does hang on to the rail maybe a little bit longer, and that can be a point of difference as he pulls these cars back into the bowl maybe a little bit deeper. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a variation. It's hard to say. Both of these kids are kind of the upper echelon of what we have right now, and it's pretty darn high. So it's hard to say. Their airs are maybe a little bit different, the way they fling it, but at the end of the day, I like the connectivity that Griff's showing right now, but I don't even know what the scores are, boys. I can't even see. I'm on a third coffee in a day, dude.
Like your style, Brett. We'll keep you posted. Yeah, what a rhythm for Griffin Colapinto.
Where are we?
Yeah, well, let's give you a quick update. We've got Griffin getting an 8.5 on his second wave. Still waiting for a third score. Kanoa got a 7.33 and a 6.67. So Igarashi out front. Griffin's chasing a 5.5, and he's probably going to get that lead change once it's factored in, Mitch.
Yeah, I would definitely think so.
As the judges are just going to get it down.
Close. Yeah, they're I think that's fair. I mean, even in being super critical on Griff, like the first turn or two, he lost the outside or the inside edge a little bit, and that kind of cost him maybe a point or two. So, I mean, that's what you get at this level right here. You can surf a wave really darn good and get a 6-point or a 5-point ride, and that's just the honesty. It's the brutal truth of this tour, how hard it really is.
So Strider Wazalewski's out in the water. He's got a question.
It wasn't really a question. It was just kind of a breakdown on my thoughts of why Griffin, out of that exchange, got a higher score. And when I was watching both of the waves, it looked like Griffin was ripping in harder. It looked like he had way more, like he was less polished and more aggressive in the bowl. And I feel like the judges rewarded him for the smaller wave. The surfing was more intense and more radical, whereas, Kanoa was surfing amazing, don't get me wrong, and he is powerful, but his turns were a little subdued and not as intense as what we saw out of Griffin, and that's why I think that Griffin got that big score.
What do you think, Brett?
Yeah, I kind of caught the last end of it, but I do agree. I mean, Kanoa's turns were a little bit shorter. they were impactful, but they were shorter, and where Griff is utilizing a little bit more of the whole canvas. So when you're at a point break, I think that's a big part of the scoring criteria, and having that differentiate in the variety. So yeah, I agree. I think Kanoa on one of his turns got hung up a little bit and kind of had to hop back down. So like I said, the judges are being super critical, and they have to be. These are the best in the world right here.
Hey Brett, Mitch here. First of all, I miss you. Second, I want to congratulate you on all your success, not only with USA Surfing last year going into the Olympics as the head coach, but the programs that you have not only within the state of California, but within the U.S. in general. Both Kanoa and Griffin have come up through those programs. How important do you think they are for the development of not only their surfing, but surfing within the area as well?
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I mean, look, it is so important. I feel like the last couple of years, it was maybe easy for kids to get a little bit lost. And so it's important right now to guide them and have these athletes have these chances to get to these levels. So it's very important, and I think on a world level, it's a long process. You know, the process to get to the World Tour isn't easy, and our goal is to try to help them as best we can get there.
Good man, Brett, as we got more action here off the bottom and setting up a beautiful first carve is Kanoa Igarashi. Belts it again with some spray to the sky. Now set up work on that third turn to get back into the lip line, crushes it. What a roll for Igarashi, belts it vertical with the tail hanging out the back and shuts that one down, needing a 7.18 to get the lead back.
That's a no-brainer. That's definitely it's the best wave of the heat. I mean, it's the first two turns, like we were talking about, they were just a little bit longer and stronger, and then he comboed it with some finners. I mean, that was pretty darn good surfing. Could go excellent.
Solid approach from Kanoa Igarashi, making no mistakes. Perfect turn selection. As we've got a back and forth battle, always what we expect from these two. Mitch, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to help him to take the lead. Personally, I think it's going to be his best wave. Just a beautiful combination on those critical sections on the outside, Joe. And as Brett was saying, maybe Griff's a little bit more agile than Kanoa is. But what Kanoa has is that he's been working on his body for the last few years tremendously. And you can definitely notice it when he's hitting the lip a lot more, Brett. He's actually exploding the way you hadn't really seen before.
Yeah, no, his timing, I think a lot of surfers try to replicate this, not this turn right here, but this next one. It's kind of a fin slide, 50-50 click where you get the fins up and over, and it's a really good transitional turn right here. So he draws it, and then he's able to like kick it. Oh, that was towards the end. But that one right there. And it's a very dynamic tail kick, but it's, you know, it's very timing based, which all of surfing kind of is, but he's got that thing on lock. And so does Griff. Like, that's where they're very similar. They have these dynamic turns, but I just felt like that one, he was way more clicked in and connected the dots a lot better.
So true. That little finner that he can do on demand took him to victory at Karamas, and Kanoa is probably going to be in a good spot to get a lead change. Brett, we know you're a busy man from doing all you're doing for surfing and also throwing the opening pitch out for the Angels, so we value your time. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your day. Can't wait to catch up soon.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy it. See ya.
Brett Simpson, what a legend from Huntington Beach. Long-time career on the championship tour, two-time U.S. Open champ, coach of the USA squad. Always love hearing his voice when it comes to pro surfing. With scores now drifting in from the last wave of Kanoa Igarashi, Simpo felt it would be the best wave of the heat. Griffin has the 8.5, so that's the comparison. And it looks like the judges agreeing with Simpo at the moment.
Yeah, so do I. I mean, this is a beautifully surfed wave, and as we were talking about, the quality of the wave is really what permitted his kind of surfing too. Beautiful use of the rails, and then when he was able to utilize that variation up into the lip line, like the one turn that Brett was talking about on the inside, that shows not only the commitment that he has to the section, but also the amount of power and speed that he's putting into them as well.
Kanoa Igarashi flips the lead on Griffin. Colapinto with priority has 9 minutes to turn things around. We'll see what happens right after this.
So pretty. Go, Daddy. Burn him.
Excitement levels just lost track. Bursted.
The next heat winner we have Risa Hennessy.
We are on, ladies and gentlemen.
Exciting times for the Red Bull Big Wave Awards as we have a Ride of the Year nomination at Jaws. Francisco Porchella, what a beast. Getting a dream ride there. We'll find out our winners soon. A lot of money on the line. Stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com. What a feeling. A barrel the size of a 3-story mansion, and he comes out feeling just as big. Stay tuned for that on worldsurfleague.com as Callum Robson. He's got a really nice caddy, Connor O'Leary, who came very close to winning his heat earlier. As we style our way through a frontside hook with Igarashi. Beautiful decision to keep it nice and buttery in these glassy conditions. Fading one more time. Let's hope for a big ramped up inside bowl. He decides to get out of there. 887-733. Colapinto 8-5 as he's swinging into the picture now. Running after a 7.71. Colapinto attacks the top of that closeout section and rides away perfectly.
These guys just don't want to lose, Joe. They don't want to lose. They've got everything it takes to go all the way, not only win this event, but I also feel to win a world championship. But what a heat. I mean, I actually thought that this was going to be one of those heats that you're seeing two clashes of styles. It does seem at the moment, though, that they're so similar. Judges are having a difference or a difficulty in differentiating the amount of surfing that they're putting on. And looking at the replay here from Kanoa, great use of the rails. I mean, I love the way he drives off the bottom right there. And then Griff on the outside, just taking away the attention. A monster first turn. And I mean, those are the real ones that not only garner the attention of the judges, they really take that into effect in the judging criteria too. Combination of major maneuvers in the most critical sections, and as you can see here, a beautiful finish right there going up into the lip line. Need something just below an 8. This could easily be it.
There's something about a feeling you get when you watch a beautiful ride like that, and sometimes just a beautiful carve with power. How sweet is that with the timing and the connection? That was a great first turn from Griffin Colapinto. Strider, things are heating up in this matchup still with 5 minutes to go.
Are you not entertained? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. Watching these two guys go at it. Felipe Toledo just entering the lineup. It is all coming to a head this afternoon here in El Salvador at Punta Roca. And I mean, I am just blown away by the surfing I'm seeing. That first turn that Griffin did on that wave, that was just pure intent to the lip line, and I love it. I'm just so excited. I can't wait to hear the scores roll in, see what we got going on, and see how this thing's going to play out at the end. I'm frothy. I'm literally got foam coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, you certainly do, Woz. We're right there with you. That first turn from Griffin Colapinto reminded me of a first turn from Joel Parkinson in the Trilogy movie.
Ooh.
It was just so perfect, so stylish, with so much finesse. Chasing a big score to turn this heat against Kanoa Igarashi, and the numbers are in. A 9.10 for Colapinto into first. Kanoa now needs an 8.74 to answer back again.
This might be the best heat of the year. I think it's got to be at least up there with the contender, but how about the heat total? 17.6 to 16.2. excellent heats by both gentlemen.
Well, when you talk about heat of the year, you have a nomination. The waves have to be great. It's pumping. It's some of the best conditions we've had this entire waiting period. Two guys that are inspired to be a part of the WSL Final 5. They've got history, multiple lead changes, and it almost feels like the rhythm will continue to exchange leads as long as the waves keep coming through.
Yeah, and me personally, in these next 4 minutes, I want to see Kanoa at least get a chance to get the score that he requires right now. An 8.74, I mean, he's done it before on one wave, already has the 8.87, but as you said, Joe, he's going to need the chance to get that score out here.
Kanoa Igarashi, 3:30 on the clock, needing an 8.74 as the requirement continues to increase. Griffin Colapinto turning in an excellent heat with his low score being an 8.5. Colapinto's rhythm's been sweet in the warm-up, hanging out with his father, Mitch. He's had some friends fly in the last couple of days as well, and he's in a very happy place. But I feel like these guys bring the best out of each other.
They do. They do. They've had multiple heats where they've done this to each other. You know, you just have that one person that kind of pushes you to the limit each time. I feel like this is not only the Iceman that they need in their life, maybe the little Maverick that they need in their life too. Top Gun reference right there, by the way, Joseph. Real question, who's Iceman and who's Maverick?
Gosh, we're about to find out, aren't we? Colapinto so giving, telling us all of his mistakes, all the things he's learned. Lets us in on how he loves working with Tommy Whitaker. The funny part is Kanoa likes working with Tommy Whitaker too.
Yeah, and who knows who caddied for who in this heat either, because he was paddling out for both of their heats. But boy, as of right now, this has been a phenomenal day of surfing, Joe. I'm just so happy to be here and be part of this event, and really want to thank everybody from Surf City El Salvador for putting this event on along with Corona. And man, it's great to be back in Latin America.
It certainly is. What a pleasure, especially experiencing waves like this. There's the legend Tommy Whitaker. He's kind of split right now with his two surfers going head-to-head for a spot in the semifinals. Winner of this heat will be with Gabriel Medina on finals day.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. That flame emoji, I'm just thinking of that right now in my mind.
Toledo coming up next against Callum Robson for a Bell's final rematch from earlier this season.
Watch out for Callum in this next heat too. These kind of conditions are right up his alley.
I feel like this is going to suit him much better than what we've seen in the earlier rounds. The chunkier, sloppy conditions were a bit of a struggle. Minute 15 to go. Priority with Kanoa Igarashi chasing an 8.74. These guys have had finals at the U.S. Open. Griffin got him last at the semifinal at the U.S. Open to go on to victory last season in the Challenger Series. So a lot on the line with this rivalry. Kanoa in motion, making a decision now. Igarashi needs an 8.74 here. Driving into the first section. Clean frontside arc to start. Driving off the lip into a frontside reverse, and he gets it. Pulls in under the hood. Driving back into the pocket again. Igarashi's got to be perfect through the end section. Blasting the tail out on demand. And he loses control. Kanoa Igarashi uses one of the most reliable maneuvers in his arsenal. And it goes away from him as he almost rode away free. Chasing an 8.74 as we're about to run out of time.
Well, you asked me before the fall at the end, Joe. I was saying without a doubt he's getting the score. Now it's a little up in the air. I mean, he did have one of the best maneuvers of the event, though, on the second turn, which was the air. But I don't know. I don't know. It's close now. I think if he gets the finish, there's no doubt in my mind.
What do you think here, Mitch?
So a little conservative on the first carve. You see how he didn't really push all the way through, but excellent turn right here. Just, I mean, as good as it gets, really. The section stood up, big air, and right up into the pocket. Some great surfing after this, but he needed to finish it off, and unfortunately for him, I think this fall is going to cost him the heat, Joe.
Kanoa Igarashi looking so perfect throughout this matchup. And both of these surfers receiving a standing ovation from the fans here at Punta Roca. One of the best heats of 2022 goes in favor of Griffin Colapinto. 9-1-0 and an 8.5 as Kanoa gets a 6-7-3 and falls short on the final wave. Quarterfinal action continues with Toledo and Callum Robson coming up next. Callum Robson will be preparing for Felipe Toledo. A bit of a rematch from their final at Bells Beach. Felipe Toledo.
I feel great here. I feel really comfortable. It's a wave that suits my surfing, and I'm just going to keep trying to get the scores and the results, and that's it.
Great opportunity for Callum Robson.
I just keeping things simple. I just like stripping it back, trying to just find a bit of rhythm again, and yeah, go from there.
We are back at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, and we just came off of one of probably the best heats of 2022. Both surfers going into the excellent range, Rosie. And how was that clash between Kanoa Igarashi and Griffin Colapinto?
Oh, it was insane. It's so insane to see the caliber of surfing that we have on offer. The conditions have cleaned up nicely, Capo.
Well, we got another big heat in the water. Callum Robson opening up his account. He is out in quarterfinal number 3 against Felipe Toledo. Felipe Toledo donning the yellow leader's jersey, and Toledo will be wearing that leader's jersey onto stop number 8, the Oi Rio Pro. Here we go with Toledo. High line, checking stuff out, building up some speed, kicks out, just a little bit of repositioning for Toledo. So a little bit of gamesmanship right at the beginning of this 30-minute quarterfinal. We already have semifinal number 1 set up, and that semifinal number 1 for the men's is going to be Gabe Medina versus Griffin Colapinto. But let's pay our attention to this quarterfinal, heat number 3. Winner of this heat number 3 is going to be the first participant in semifinal number 2. And I love this clash because you have the rookie in Callum Robson with a lot of opportunity in front of him, Rosie, versus Felipe Toledo, who has been on fire all year and is a number 1 on the rankings.
Yeah, I love this matchup on paper. Obviously, the final that we saw at Bells Beach, this is who it featured. So let's see if Callum can kind of work out how to overcome this guy that's kind of run away with the rankings at the moment, Felipe Toledo. Well, I wouldn't say run away because Jack's only a couple points behind him, but Felipe's had a magic run this season. It's just so good to see him into the quarterfinals and looking to even better his position on the rankings.
As we look into that Bells finals, that was the last time that Toledo and Callum Robson met up at, it was up at Rincon during that final, so little small running waves. 14.74 was the winning score for Felipe Toledo. Callum Robson put in a great effort with a 12.94, but that final definitely did go Felipe Toledo's way, and he just showed his quickness as a surfer. A lot of people say the fastest surfer on tour. Your opinion?
Oh, you can't dispute that title for Felipe. And just looking at what they had to surf at Bells Beach, I mean, they went Winky Pop, Rincon, Bells Bowl. They just had it all. And I feel like it's similar here in El Salvador. We've seen such a range of conditions throughout the day. Obviously, a right-hand point break, that doesn't really change, but the tides have been massive. The winds have been a little tricky. So these surfers have really had to surf through all kinds of conditions to get to the quarterfinals.
Felipe Toledo has been on a roll this year. He's got a bell to his credit and 2 other finals appearances, second place in Portugal, and just coming off a runner-up finish at the Quicksilver Pro G-Land. So Toledo really, you know, talking to Felipe Toledo, he feels that he deserves a world title. And I agree with him. He came runner-up in 2021 in that exciting final over at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. That's going to be the same venue again for this year for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Rosie. So we got to, you know, Felipe Toledo relocated from Brazil to San Clemente years ago, raising his family there, 2 beautiful kids, Koa and Mahina, and he would be so comfortable at lowers, and given another opportunity to surf for a world title there, I don't think he's going to do away with that.
No, he's definitely not going to squander that opportunity. As we see Calum upper riding, he's just such a lead-footed Australian.
This is when we talk about fundamentals, that is what is expressed here in Callum Robson's surfing. Great fundamentals, great board dynamics, and really, really solid power surfing. Now tries to get a little glitzy on the end there, throws that one away, but it really has been the rail game of Callum Robson and his heat IQ that has paid off in dividends for him this year, Rosie.
Yeah, and thinking about, you know, the run for all of these competitors today, they've surfed a lot of heats. I mean, starting with the men's elimination round into the round of 16 and now the quarterfinals, these heats have you know, they drain you, Kappa. There's the heat and the humidity and, you know, the rock walk in and out. And each time you surf a heat, you really want to give your best. So a lot of surfing has been done by these competitors, especially the ones making their way through the elimination round. Sets up that bottom turn. That was my favorite turn of this wave. It's that deep bottom turn for me from Callum that I just love so much. And like I said, he's so lead-footed. He's able to just pump on the gas and really sinks his teeth into the waves. Interesting. I mean, so much room to rent on the surfboard from Callum. Doesn't have too much in the way of sponsors and support, but he's doing so well this season as a rookie.
Here we go with Felipe Toledo. Screaming down the line, high line, speed lines, gets to the bottom, and unleashes a big fin throw off the top. Once again, the quickness of Toledo in another gear, easily getting through this section right here, building up some speed, has to float over that section, comes to this whitewater coping and just slashes, combos it up for the finish. A little bit of a splash in the face, but no problem for Toledo as he finishes off. And just the kick out right there, the body language that I'm seeing from Felipe Toledo is that he's excited. We talked about a long day, Rosie, and it has been a long day for Felipe, but he's got a ton of energy. It looks like he's got a lot of gas left in the tank.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Felipe's, they're trained for these situations. I'm not, you know, they've only been surfing a handful of heats. It is a lot and it does wear on you, but that's what they're here to do. They're here to compete. And like you said, it just looks like Felipe's having fun at the moment. I think for me, speed management from Felipe is so key. That turn right there to open up with that rooster tail. Look at the waves that we have right now. This is what we came to El Salvador for, and we're being blessed in the quarterfinals with some of the best conditions that we've seen all day. This inside tempo was so important, the way that he slows down right there, but quick twitch to that last maneuver, throws that board. Yeah, I just love the intricacies when you really slow down Felipe's surfing and have a look at how radical he's getting up in the lip, and the board control, just so impressive. Look, he squares this up, he gets his head and shoulders over the string of that board. He's able to get that center of gravity back over the stringer and gets back into the next maneuver. It's so cool breaking down this guy's surfing and just watching it slow-mo, real-time. It doesn't matter how you enjoy Felipe's surfing, it's just such a pleasure.
It sure is. That Sharp Eye surfboard, Marcio Zuvi's on site. He's the shaper and owner of Sharp Eye surfboards. Looks like it's working incredible under his foot. Felipe Toledo with a couple of different models on that Sharp Eye label. And also when we look at Felipe's fins that he has intact, he has his own signature model with FCS, the Toledo template. And it's made of this foam core. It's a very, very light fin. But in addition to that, Felipe also utilizes an H4 series from FCS. That H4 fin is actually Swiss engineered. So it's actually has a really defined and progressive foil to that fin. And of course, you can enjoy a little bit of a shower on the way in. Congratulations to Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi actually in quarterfinal number 2, because both surfers put on quite a show.
Definitely, yes. So amazing to see two surfers just going wave for wave like that. And, you know, back to Felipe and his equipment. I mean, from memory, it does feel like Felipe was the breakout athlete on the Sharp Eye equipment. And then they picked up a lot of team riders along the way. But Felipe, I feel like he's pioneered, you know, that 77 model, the Felipe model that a lot of the surfers are surfing at the moment. Joanna Fay, yeah, G-Land. 3 of the 4 finalists were on the Sharp Eye equipment.
Very popular board, and Felipe Toledo was able to drive that Sharp Eye to an 8.17. So already an excellent score on the board for Felipe Toledo, and he's hearing from the onside announcers of that 8.17. Great start, putting some big pressure onto Callum Robson, but 19 minutes and a half. Toledo taking a look here. Good looking wave for Felipe again. Stylish high line. Big carve, utilizing the whole rail all the way back. An extra speed for Toledo. Cuts it short on that carve, building up some speed down the line. Lip glide, gouges a layback for the finish, and that's a backup for the 8.17. Toledo getting that wave on the paddle back out. Beautiful wave here for Callum Robson. Drop it in, draws the bottom turn, arc off the top, stays in the power center here, a little cut back as wave steepens up on the inside. Punches that closeout section. Callum Robson way down the point here at Punta Roca.
That was an interesting one for me, Capo, because Callum had priority. He was further out the back, and he let that first wave of the set go, multi-wave set there, and Felipe really capitalized on it. I feel like he got the better of that set.
Here we go. We had Tommy Whitaker talking to Griffin Colapinto, a little bit of a download after Griffin's heat, and really happy. He has to be really happy with Griffin on his performance in that quarterfinal number 2 onto the semifinals.
Tommy Witz has had a good day. Steph and Griffin putting on massive performances.
Strider, out in the water, what do you got for me?
Woo! There's some endurance going on out here. These guys catching waves. I'm calling this is like the length of the wave machine out in Lemoore. There's like 600-700 yards of wave that is just going all the way down. These guys having to put in some serious time as Callum paddles by me right now. These guys aren't looking up. They're just head down, focused on the nose of their board, one paddle after the other, knowing that they got a long way to go. And I'm watching their faces, and you know, most of the time you get a look out of them, but not today.
How long's the paddle, Strider? You can give me yards or meters.
Right, I'm giving you yards, and I'm giving you a solid 600, maybe 700 yards from the bottom of the point, way inside, all the way to the top to where they got to get to, and that's a long way. It's, you know, paddling the length of, say, the Slater wave machine out there in Lemoore. It's very, very long, but you have a current coming against you right now, so it's even longer.
Thanks, Strider. Shannon, you got Griffin straight out of the water.
Straight out of the water. It took you a while to come up the rocks. You got washed down a ways, but you must be absolutely frothing. The waves were on fire, and you walked away with 2 huge scores. What's going through your mind?
Yeah, it was crazy. Surf a heat against Kanoa in pristine conditions. It's kind of a dream, you know, because him and I have been rivals since we were super young and gone back and forth a lot, and he's got my number, so I think that one was like a really special heat for me, and I'm sure it was special for him, so I'm just glad we both were able to get big scores and just get after it.
Incredible. I love that you were both able to put on great performances. Talk to me about those excellent rides you found.
Yeah, it's just the waves were so good, and there was a lot of set waves, so I was kind of just thinking, okay, I'll just try and get on the set waves. I think there's enough for us both to get them, and yeah, I had 2, or we both had one wave pretty similar, and then that 9 I got was probably the best wave of the heat that came through. So since I was on that, and I just tried to do my surfing, and it paid off.
It certainly did. Talk to me about the semifinals. You're matched up with Gabriel Medina.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I've been missing him on tour. I've lost to him a few years ago when I was a Grom, and now I feel like I'm becoming a man, so I'm excited to surf against him.
Well done, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right, thanks, Shannon.
Love the confidence from Griffin Colapinto. Felipe Toledo in this quarterfinal number 3 should be confident as well. He just dropped an 8.5, combined that with the 8.17, 16.67, and Felipe Toledo has just racked up another excellent heat score.
Look at that little high line on this wave as he waits for this thing to open up. That first maneuver, so searing on that rail. I mean, this guy on his forehand, when he hits his form and he's having fun like this, he's so hard to beat. Like I said, that was underneath Callum's priority, the first wave of the set. Watch this turn, Capo, the way that he leans on that rail. He extends his body completely and then wraps it around with that core strength. Watches the spray, hits the back of the lineup, and he's up into his next maneuver. So really, there was some downtime on this wave in between, but then it was the major maneuvers that he was able to get done. This thing right here just lays right into it, meets the tempo of that lip. Repositions his body too. Like, you see him weight and unweight and move that back foot around so that he's in the sweet spot on his surfboard and in the wave. Callum Robson behind him sets that rail too, but you can tell there's a lot of foam from that first wave of the set that he has to contend with there. It almost kind of like disengages the fins for him too. So you can tell a bit of frustration as he jumps off that one. I'm sure you heard the crowd erupting for Felipe's wave.
Well, Felipe Toledo with 16.67, anything over a 16.2 wave total, we consider an excellent heat. Felipe Toledo has just clocked his 84th excellent heat in his career, and the heat is not over yet.
Wow, I mean, it really is what we've come to expect from Felipe. Just thinking about his progression through this event, he's built to this moment. Obviously, we've seen the conditions really turn on. It's so fun. I mean, listening to Griffin in that post-seed interview, talking about having opportunities and how fun the waves are at the moment. Sometimes, you know, you go to bed and you just wish that you could put some lights up and keep surfing. The waves are so good at the moment.
Well, Callum Robson now needs 2-wave combo of a 16.67. Can Callum get out of that combo and get past Felipe Toledo? You'll find out after this break.
Acho que a minha marca para deixar no surf profissional é essa quebra de fronteiras, assim, não importa um brasileiro, é um australiano, é um havaiano, acho que é um oceano e...
I went on a trip with my dad to Sumatra when I was probably like 14 or 15, and as soon as I come back from that, I pretty much didn't want to play footy anymore, and all I wanted to do was surf. So what I've been riding lately, my own model.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Looking back at event number 4 on the championship tour, the legendary Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, where Callum Robson and Felipe Toledo met up in the final. It was small rincon, but these surfers had to get through all kinds of conditions at the famous Bells Beach to get to this final. And the rookie put on quite a show.
He did. I mean, he definitely did himself proud. Making a final in your rookie season, that is a feather in your cap. Here he is. He's made the cut. He's in the quarterfinals at this event in El Salvador. Felipe Toledo, though, it's so hard to go past this guy. Running right-hander, he's so dangerous on his backhand. He just made the final in Grudgegan. So he's just such a well-rounded competitor.
Felipe Toledo, he's been a runner-up at Bells before. He didn't want that small bell. He wanted the big bell and be in the Legends Club at Bells, and he did just that. A support squad of Brazilians all on the beach for him, and it was a happy day for Felipe Toledo. A much-deserved victory, and he's going to be there on that Bells Beach bell forever as one of the champions. As we go back to live action, this is Callum Robson. He needs 2 waves. He needs 2 scores, and that's a great start. Bang in the lip there. The Evans Head local coming through on that second turn, pushes a little bit too hard and catches the rail. Right behind him, Toledo again. Looks like he always is starting off with this high line speed, and that's how he's able to generate enough speed to get through these sections, skipping down the line, making it look easy, toying with Punta Roca right now. Felipe Toledo on a tear, looking super comfortable, slashing again. Toledo, casual yet speedy, lining up this inside, picking his spot and unable to close out with that air reverse, but the intention was incredible. Callum Robson right back up in action. Non-stop waves here. Lip glide to get through that first section. Bangs the lip there. Tons of spray thrown out the back. Long bottom turn faded to a big rail car back into the whitewater. Robson showing intent, and he's intent on getting out of this combination. Little dead spot here for Callum to get through. Does that. Works his way onto the inside, hoping for more, stalling and waiting for this wave to double up way down the point. We're going to take you to up above for the completion of this ride for Callum Robson. Throws the fin, spins out, and gets that completion, and likely gets out of that combination.
Is that what you reckon, Cops?
Yes.
Okay. Can't wait to see those numbers drop in, because Felipe, I mean, he went mad on his wave as well. So here we have Callum. He's comboed at the moment, so he's got to find something in the 8-point range. You know, if he wants to kind of match what Felipe is doing, you'd have to argue, right? He's got to find excellence. Wow, it's going to be so tricky. Yeah, does he? I mean, he could break that combo, but I think he's still going to need a pretty big score to take the lead, and he went far down the point in search of that last maneuver. So let's see how fitness comes to play. Let's see how he can get back to the takeoff spot and answer back.
Well, Toledo's score not going to factor in, so the need is still the same for Callum Robson. He needs an excellent score to break that combination. 6.33 for the last effort of Felipe Toledo, still with a dominant two-wave total of a 16.67. Still waiting for the judges' numbers for last of Callum Robson. But to your point, Rosie, it is a long paddle back out, and it's going to eat up the clock for Callum Robson. He's still going to need another wave regardless if he does break the combo.
Yeah, he will need another wave, and think about the vast playing field that Strider just spoke about, the length of the paddle back out with 8 minutes 20 on the clock. Callum's digging deep. He's probably taking deep breaths. Look how far he is from, you know, that first camera stand that we have, or the last one that we have on the structure.
Well, heat exhaustion is real here because the water is really, really warm, probably about 85 degrees Fahrenheit if you think about the water. And you're actually sweating even though you're in the water here. So just give you an idea of the need to hydrate, but also just how exhausting sometimes the warm water can be.
Well, the warm water is exhausting, but just existing in this climate. I mean, it's so humid when you're out of the water, so there really is no escape. There's no difference in the temperature from the water to the air. So these guys kind of being down here at the beach all day, you know, Callum in his post-heat interview with me said that, you know, he's just going to kind of power down and wait for his next heat. He's probably in the athlete area, just really taking it easy, waiting for this matchup against Felipe.
Well, I was way off on my assessment of Callum Robson because I was impressed by his surfing, but the judges, not so much so. A 5.57 for the last ride of Callum Robson, and he remains in that combination where he needs two wave scores of 16.67 or better to find his way into the semifinals. And at this point, Rosie, that's a pretty bleak opportunity in that he only has 7 minutes. He's behind in priority, and he needs two waves.
It is. It's such a tough number to hear when you're paddling back out, because that guy really put so much effort into that wave. There was a lot of downtime in between some major maneuvers that looked so good.
Lele Osuna with Leandro, Dora, Iago Dora, and Jadson Andre all in the Red Bull athlete zone, enjoying the show this afternoon. And I hope you're enjoying the show too, as we're in quarterfinal number 3. We've got one more quarterfinal to go, and it's going to be a heat that you're going to want to stick around for. Ethan Ewing versus Italo Ferreira in the final heat of the day.
That is such a good heat, backhand versus forehand. Ethan has been looking just amazing. He's got a clutch of excellent waves in his scoreline. Italo is yet to reach that excellent mark, so you know that he is just frothing and chomping at the bit to come up against Ethan in that last quarterfinal.
Callum Robson on the paddle back out, getting the news right now, and you can see maybe a little bit of a disappointment in his face because he's a realist in that he knows this is a tall mountain to climb to get 2 scores with 5.5 minutes under priority, and especially when you're up against someone who's really not just a really fast surfer, not just a really talented surfer, but also a surfer with a high heat IQ in the way of Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, the guy is, he's just such a weapon in every sense of the word. He's worked on his weaknesses, and yeah, he's really refined his game. I mean, to say that he has a weakness is really just, it's hard to even form those words, because Felipe has just been so impressive the last couple of seasons. What he was able to do in the WSL Finals last year against Gabriel Medina, just so fun to see. Undoubtedly, he's going to have a better season in 2022.
The fans on the cobblestones representing Brazil. International fans have made their way here to Punta Roca in El Salvador. Our maiden voyage to this location for the championship tour, and we have been greeted with such great hospitality and a beautiful variety of waves.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, El Salvador is just on the bucket list for surfers. This wave is super fun. There's a clutch of other waves that are really offer high performance opportunity. The food's good, but also, like you said, the culture and the people are just so welcoming and friendly, which is just all of the aspects that you need for a good surf trip.
And warm water. And speaking of warm water, a surfer that's in that warm water right now is our in-water reporter, Strider Wazalewski. Strider, what you got?
I just like a little bit of offshore wind. I felt a little bit of the hair curl. I was pretty excited about that. A little puff of the wind coming up out here from the offshore, so I feel like it's just going to get better, if you could think about that. I cannot believe how stoked we are in these conditions at the moment. And then just coming into this next heat, a little like Italo Ethan preview. Are you kidding me? This could be a huge heat for Ethan Ewing. Actually, the type of surfing that he's been doing has been second to the Australian crew. The way that he hits that carve and that bowl, really incredible. And I think that he's, I don't know, I almost has the upper hand coming into this next heat. What do you guys think?
Strider, we have a little bit of a breakup with you, but if we're looking at this next heat and who we expect to come through, it's pretty evenly matched. It's very evenly matched when we just look at the rankings coming into this event. Ethan Ewing number 5 in the rankings, and Italo Ferreira number 6. So really, when you look at it, they're very evenly matched, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. And I just think what Strider's touching on is the form of Ethan Ewing at the moment is so undeniable. Italo this season is yet to have that breakthrough win, and what we expect from him so far in his results. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which surfer is favored in that next heat.
2.5 minutes, and Felipe Toledo is asking for exactly that. Hands over the head to our on-site announcers, the signal for his time check. And this is just a formality, Rosie, at this point.
You know what, Kappa, it's something that maybe comes into play, but look at, you know, the contrast between the sky and the ocean. There isn't much. You know, when it's almost too glassy and you can't really tell how the wave is kind of forming. We also think that sun's going to start setting pretty soon. So, you know, if you kind of visually impaired like I am, well, I need glasses.
In skateboarding and snowboarding, we call that flat light.
Yeah.
So you can't really see the transitions in flat light, and it actually makes things very difficult, and it's almost like it can be dangerous depending upon what obstacle you have in front of you when you have that flat light. So that's why a lot of times, say in snowboarding, you'll see them spray paint the snow on the edge so that you can see in that flat light where the lip is and where you need to spring. We don't have that luxury in surfing. Nobody can spray paint the lip for us here.
Well, we do have the little bit of white water, but if you get out too much on the open face, you can't overpower the wave.
Powering through here, and Felipe Toledo just looking like he's having fun. He knows he's going to come in. He's going to get ready for finals day, and he knows he's going to be in semifinal number 2.
It's just so scary to think about Felipe, though, because I still think, even though the scores that he's put up and the numbers that he has in this event, I still feel like there's more that he can reach into as he moves into the semifinals.
Oh, for sure. Felipe Toledo, I don't think he has peaked as of yet.
No.
I think he's actually a surfer that does a really good job.
He's in a canter, maybe.
Of just gauging his energy and gauging his performance as he works his way through the draws. I truly feel that Felipe Toledo at times has some maneuvers that he saves just for the final. And that's the same thing with Gabe Medina. He's another surfer that is able to save those maneuvers, keep them in a secret locker, and wait for finals day to show them off.
What a luxury.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Gabe Medina do that with the backflip.
Yeah.
You know, both in Brazil and at lowers.
Yeah. And Newcastle.
And Newcastle. Callum, he's put on a great show. He's going to be leaving here with an equal 5th, and that is a great showing for this rookie. Let's just enjoy his surfing right here as he weaves down the line here at Punta Roca. And the conditions, like Strider says, continue to improve. And it is official. Felipe Toledo on to the semifinals. And we're going to move on to a break. But you don't want to go anywhere, because when we come back, Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira will be out in the water, quarterfinal number 4. Moving into quarterfinal number 4 as the final heat of the day today.
Italo banging away into that lip line.
Just try to surf and yeah, and having fun and enjoy with the boys.
Ethan Ewing, world number 5. There's that seamless style.
It's going to be a tough heat, and yeah, hopefully I can just find my ways.
We are back at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Last heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4, with Ethan Ewing versus Italo Ferreira. What's up for grabs? A spot in the semifinals to go up against Felipe Toledo, who just put in an excellent heat. And speaking of heats, Rosie, this is our 24th heat of the day.
Wow.
We got a lot of surfing done today.
We did. It's been a day, Cops. It's been a big old day of surfing action.
You pointed out earlier, as the sun's been going down and it's been getting a little bit darker, the flat light has come into play, I feel, for the surfers. Let's see how they handle it. Here we go. First wave to Ferreira. Running wave, gets caught on the heels a little bit, needs to make up for that big slash off the top for Italo Ferreira. Ferreira again with some great tempo, but got a little off tempo actually at the end of that wave and went down. Ethan Ewing right behind him, slicing through that on the DHD surfboard of choice for Ethan Ewing. Big snap there. Patient in his approach. Another big snap off the top. hangs on the bottom before unleashing yet another carve. Whitewater, no problem for Ethan Ewing. And he's going to find multiple sections on this long-running cobblestone point. Ewing with the finish and the completion.
Wow.
So early advantage to Ethan Ewing.
Yep, took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, that was such a great wave from Ethan. Italo, I mean, he had a couple moments of brilliance on that last wave, was unable to finish it off. But Ethan, it's just a swivel for me through the maneuvers, a lot of variety too. So super excited to see these first scores come through.
How was the surfing by Felipe Toledo? Absolutely incredible, and I'd love to hear from him.
Oh, unbelievable performance. Felipe, talk to me about getting to paddle out with such perfect conditions on offer.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. Felt really good out there. We had some pretty fun waves in G-Land, and then we got here first day was kind of weird, and then this morning was kind of weird too, and then after the rain, after the storm, we have this. It's pumping, it's firing. Probably the best wave we've surfed in, I don't know, 2-3 months. Yeah, it felt great. So blessed to be surfing out there against another guy, Callum, who's such a good surfer. We made the final together at Bell's, and super dangerous. So I knew I had to shut the door right away, and that's what I try to do.
You did a very good job of it. Talk to me about finding yourself in finals day tomorrow. What more do you have hidden in your back pocket? Yeah,
it feels great to be on another finals day. It's been my best year so far. Super stoked, super humbled to be in the position that I am right now. Got to thank God for everything, and I don't know, my board's working really good. I feel like super in sync with my board, and I got another swallowtail with the channel that's been working really good. So we'll see how the conditions are gonna go, and I'll figure it out. But yeah, other than that, so stoked.
Well, it's always such a pleasure to watch you surf right-hand point. Would you like to say anything to your fans tuning in back home?
Valeu, galera. Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida, pelo carinho. Muito feliz de ter avançado essa bateria contra o Callum, que é grande surfista também. Muito grato por tudo que Deus tem feito na minha vida. E feliz aniversário para minha mãe. Mãe, te amo. Beijo.
Thank you.
Parabéns, Felipe Toledo. Here we go to replay. This is a 6-point ride for Italo Ferreira, Rosie.
Wow, 6-point that first maneuver, searing through the lip. This two-turn combo, just so great. Touches that rail as he gets the bottom turn. For me, had he finished that off, he would have been, 6-point ride flat. He would have gone a lot better. As we see Ethan, this to me was pure magic. I mean, this wave really offered so much variety in the selection of the maneuvers that he could do, just with the section and the tempo that he was offered. Almost kind of lost it a little bit there off the bottom. You saw a little bit of a squiggle in the board as he tried to power through that bottom turn, but regathers himself through this inside section. Huge score for Ethan.
This ride gathered Ethan an 8.6 for multiple maneuvers, beautiful rail work. Ethan Ewing, you can see as we enjoy the ride in slow motion, all the judges' numbers, Rosie, one judge going as high as a 9-point ride.
Wow, I mean, just watching the length of that bottom turn when he comes around that whitewater section, that thing in a cute little package, the way that you watch it, that maneuver in itself was just such, the technique, I think, is something that we always talk about with Ethan. Look at the way that he keeps, his shoulders and his upper body so quiet, Capo. He never fully extends the arms, you know what I mean? There's just something about the way that he keeps his arms really low to his side and swivels around on those hips.
The technique and the body mechanics of Ethan Ewing have always been very impressive. He surfed his way to a World Junior Championships, and he was much lighter back then and still had that same technique, same body mechanics. But now, since he's grown into his body and put more muscle on, he's added that power push to him. And that's why I think Ethan Ewing is having so much success right now.
Yeah, and when I think about surfers, you're like, oh, that person's super back-footed in their surfing, or super front-footed in the way that they really center themselves over their surfboard. It seems to me Ethan's quite neutral in his approach. He's never one or the other. He's just so centered throughout his surfboard.
Big slash for Italo Ferreira. Around the bottom again, throws the fins on that second slash. Great pace and outstanding outside moves for Ferreira. Doing a little busy work here, working his way into the inside, waiting for the wave to steepen up. Takes the time to digest the line ahead. Ferreira loads up, stabs the lip, and is complete.
Good grief, that poor wave. It's just like dismantled by Italo Ferreira. Oh man, so fun to see this guy just start to unleash. I think Felipe touched on it in his interview. It has been pretty tricky on the championship tour at the moment to get good waves. I think these guys are just really enjoying their job at the moment. Uh-oh, here comes Ethan Ewing on the answer back.
Here comes Ethan Ewing, and unfortunately pushes a little too hard, throws that opening turn away. Red Bull Athlete Zone and the Brazilian contingency wants to see a replay of Italo Ferreira.
Can I say something? Jetson Andre, he's been here since before the contest started this morning. He got knocked out in that elimination round, but he's been here throughout the day supporting his fellow countrymen. Wow, that first maneuver, just beautiful stuff. Watch as he releases that tail on that second move. Man, I wonder what this is going to be. I mean, if Ethan got an 8.6 on his opening ride, this is definitely going to reach into that upper echelon of the scoreline. You'd have to think, Cops.
I agree with you. Compared to the 8.6, this wave was super dynamic. The performance was on edge the entire time. Loving this water angle, Rosie.
Yeah, I love this perspective. You can see how bowly that wave is too. It's just got so much power to it with those sections. This is what we came to El Salvador for. Just watch as he releases that tail. Braces himself for impact. His front foot almost kind of lost it on the rail of his board there. He kind of has to reposition it back towards the stringer to recompose himself. That move right there was my favorite out of all of them.
Just kicks the fins out the back, gets that release, is able to stay centered on that board and really compose himself to get ready for the next bottom turn. Very impressive surfing. We're still waiting for the scores, but we expect a big one.
Where does it go? Is it a 9?
It's a 9.
Is it a 9? 9 plus? Is anyone going to argue?
I'm really generous with my scores.
And you're a goofy footer, but wow, I mean, it's a, you know, everyone across the board can appreciate this good surfing.
Well, 20 more minutes left in this heat, and smiles from Italo Ferreira as he paddles back out, feeling the energy. It looks like he has a lot more energy in the tank too.
I'm just waiting for those numbers to populate our screen. I'm so excited about what we're going to see in the scoreline for these surfers.
Ethan Ewing, however, he has already got it. He doesn't have a backup score for that 8.6. We saw him go down in that wave, Rosie, and Ethan Ewing, it's very rare to see him fall.
No, that's so true. You could tell that he was going for broke too, and kind of almost in two minds about the maneuver that he wanted to go for, and surfed outside himself, I feel like, on that maneuver choice.
Well, judges really taking their time. No indication as of yet for the number for Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, everyone kind of waiting patiently. You can almost hear a pin drop right now. I think we're so used to hearing a little bit of noise on the beach and from the competitors area. Right now, everyone's kind of waiting for that score to drop in.
Well, Ferreira's actually in his career on the championship tour has had 3 perfect 10s. Not saying that that's going to be a perfect 10, but he has met to perfection in the judging criteria 3 times.
I mean, he's our 2019 world champ. That season was unbelievable for Italo. I mean, such a well-deserved champion. That final at Pipeline against Gabriel Medina for the world title, that really was the catalyst for the WSL, the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Well, there we are, spot on with the first judge coming in with a 9-point ride. 8.8, just under the 9-point range. 8.3, way down there. 8.8, so this is going to be an 8-point ride, and it comes in at an 8.8. Subdued applause from the Brazilian contingency in that perhaps they were expecting a larger number for Italo Ferreira.
I thought it could have been in that 9 range.
I concur. I mean, we're not judges, but that was one great performance, linking up some dynamic high-risk maneuvers But Italo Ferreira does have the lead over Ethan Ewing. 8.8 and a 6-point ride. Ethan Ewing with priority, sitting patiently, needs a 6.21 to regain that lead.
Yeah, as we just look at the conditions, the way they've changed, that oil glass reflection of the ocean mirroring the sky at the moment.
Now a little bit of a lull as we're at 5:15 local time. We've come off our high tide already at a 7.5 foot, so now the water's starting to drain a little bit here, and perhaps some of the receding tide, Rosie, is going to give us some of these lully conditions. Water's moving out now.
Yeah, we have seen this place, you know, we're talking about the coefficient in the tides. There's been a lot of water move in and out of this bay throughout the day. So as we see that little subtle change in the tide now, maybe that energy will go back out to sea. But it's been a fun quarterfinals from the women's all the way through the men's. I think this has been my favorite part of the day. These quarterfinal matchups with the women, with the men. We've seen some impressive performances. That last heat with Kanoe Garashi and Griffin Colapinto. I definitely urge anyone that didn't get to see it to go back and watch what went down.
Yeah, you can catch all the replays at worldsurfleague.com. It'll be available for your viewing pleasure. And we have quite a semifinal number 1 already set up. Gabe Medina versus Griffin Colapinto. Semifinal number 2, we're going to have Felipe Toledo with either Ethan Ewing or Italo Ferreira. So as we get to the pointy end, we're seeing the best of the best, and we're seeing some surfers all have put down excellent scores on their way to finals day. A bright future for the rookie, Callum Robson. Again, a keeper result for the young man from Evans Head. Shannon.
That's right. Quarterfinals for you, Callum. It's a great result for your rookie year on the championship tour, but how are you feeling after a tough loss?
Yeah, I'm a bit bummed. Obviously, losing always sucks, but yeah, just I had the opportunities to put some scores on the board and I didn't, so that's always a bit disappointing. But like you said, quarterfinals, especially, I had a fair few ups and downs just in this event even, and it was good to make some heats, even though I wasn't surfing amazing. But yeah, no.
What are you doing behind the scenes when you have those ups and downs to kind of try and even it out?
You just prepare the best you can. That's all you can do. Yeah, just prepare and just try and manage my thoughts, manage my mind, and do my best.
And are you looking forward to Rio? Have you ever been there before?
No, I've never been, so I'm super excited. We've got a good crew who I'm traveling with, so I'm so excited just to see a different culture and see Brazil, which is going to be pretty fun, hopefully.
Well done. Proud of you for a great result, and we'll see you down at Rio.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, that's going to be preparing for the next stop. Callum Robson, stop number 8 on the championship tour, the OI Rio Pro. You're going to have the choice of 2 sites there in Saquarema. We have Itaúna, which is primarily a left with that short right.
Yeah.
And then we have Barinha, which is on the other side of the beach against that rock wall, rock jetty that has produced incredible barrels in the past.
Yeah, there's been some phenomenal conditions, and just the energy in Brazil. It's one of my favorite places to visit. Just so fun to be there amongst all that action. The surf fans, I mean, running out onto the beach to go and catch up with the heat winners is such a chore, because it's just chock-a-block people watching and chanting, and feeling that energy is something special.
Yeah, even as a commentator, it's intimidating sometimes with all the surf. I mean, hey, they got some of the best fans in the entire world in Brazil, but they are over the top passionate about surfing and their own champions. This lull's hitting here, so we're taking a break. We'll be back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 4.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God!
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Paso Pacifico and Oriental Salvaje joined forces with WSL, Shiseido, and community volunteers to restore native plants near the Chilama River and to create awareness for the importance of this vital ecosystem through the We Are One Ocean initiative.
We're working with WSL in El Salvador to restore the habitat along the Rio Chilama.
Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
If we work together to support the life that sustains the river and this wave, the local and global surf community can continue to benefit.
Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. As we look at our brackets moving into finals day, semifinal number 1 all set with Gabe Medina versus Griffin Colapinto, Felipe Toledo in semifinal number 2. And Rosie, we're going to decide who's going to meet Toledo in that semifinal number 2, Italo Ferreira or Ethan Ewing. Right now, Italo with the advantage.
Yeah, it's looking good for Italo at the moment. Can Ethan Ewing, Italo, a little bit earlier, we saw him use his priority and not really find anything of substance. He got that 3.67, but Ethan now in a better position with that priority, waiting for that next set to come. Bit of distance between the two surfers in the lineup too.
Ethan Ewing with that priority and his requirement as that 6.21, I feel that that's a score that Ethan Ewing can just saunter to. He can just skip to that score. That's not a hard number to achieve for the talent of Ethan Ewing. So
yeah, he's not sweating.
I think he knows he's got plenty of time on the clock. Not a really big requirement at all. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this final 10 minutes and 45 seconds play out.
Yeah, it is. And when I think about sitting in this commentator's chair and looking at that situation, you just pointed out all the positives, but as soon as that time, you know, it's just ticking going. So you see his eyes fixedly firmed on the horizon looking for that opportunity. So we'll see if we change our tune as the time winds down. I really hope we get to see all of these surfers get some more opportunities. I want to see another, I don't know, 4 or 5 sets come through. That'd be nice.
Well, chances are with 10 minutes, we're going to see at least one more set come through, possibly
I like
2.
to be greedy.
But for sure, I mean, hey, and right now it's decision time for Ethan Ewing. And Italo Ferreira under priorities, you know, Italo's very dangerous under priority because he can just roam the lineup, catch any wave he wants and just see what happens. And we know that Italo also, in addition to that, can just do incredible single maneuvers when we talk about his air game.
Definitely. And when you look at the scoreline for Italo, the 6-point ride is what he opened up with, right? So he built to that 8.8. And now it's kind of, even though Ethan had the advantage on the first exchange, his first wave that he rode, that 8.6, he hasn't backed it up. I mean, he's only ridden 2 waves in this heat. A 0.80 is his backup. So don't want him to go to bed tonight thinking, you know, what could I have done differently? Because there was that opportunity on that wave that he fell on.
Yeah, he doesn't want to have the nightmare of the semifinals that he had over at Bell's where he barely got to his feet in that entire heat. And he's not going to take that chance because here we go. Ethan Ewing snaps off the top to open, glides through that section, humps around that section, back up to another aggressive snap. Full rail carve back into the pocket. Again, leverage through the heel on those snaps. Another full rail carve showing variety. Catches himself up, throws the fins for the finish, gets a little caught up, but dare I say that he did do enough work for that 6.21 to take the lead, Rosie?
I agree with you. When I think back to the 6.0, which was, you know, feels like ages ago now that Italo has in his scoreline, it feels a touch better than that. I mean, how much better? I don't know, but I think when we have a replay, we'll have a better idea. But that was good surfing. I mean, a smaller wave, mid-sized wave, but it really hugged the cobblestones nicely. It offered up that, just those juicy sections. So this first maneuver, you know, anytime that a surfer's waited a while for a wave, there's that bated breath that you have. Those 2 moves right there, just so quick in transition. So throughout this wave, he just surfed it so impeccably well. I mean, I think this is going to go up like, should I put myself out there? Like 7s maybe?
What's impressive is the pace and the patience that he has in between turns. Water angle.
Yeah, great wave. I mean, the way that he slides that board underneath himself. He's always looking fully in control, and I think these moves are just so hard. The way that he releases those fins, so he's really just relying on his center of gravity to keep that board underneath him. this two-turn combo, the way that he was able to read that wave as it was presented to him, to float that section.
Here's the scores. A 7.5, he takes the lead. So Rosie,
I did a little.
Great judging right there as we see slow motion finish here. And just the great technique of Ethan Ewing. So well-deserved score, and now pressure to Italo Ferreira. Ferreira now needing a 7.3 if he wants to take that lead back from Ethan Ewing. 7 minutes on the clock, counting down.
Yeah, wow, this is interesting now because I still feel like that's going to come down to a last exchange. I feel like that's what I can see in my crystal ball, that there is going to be opportunity for Italo, and will it be a multi-wave set that we see?
I like the crystal ball, I like the read. I mean, still plenty of time on the clock. Italo Ferreira patient and seeing some lines, a little bit of repositioning from the 2019 world champ. And Strider talked about it earlier a little bit. I like what I'm seeing with the wind and a little bit of offshoreness on the lip line.
Yeah, it's also nice to have that wind kind of go slack over the evenings. There's been some crazy storms happening throughout the night, so we have seen a lot of texture and wind swell come into play when we wake up in the morning and have a look at the lineup. So hopefully this evening it stays quite still and that swell continues to draw in, and we have a really good finals day.
That's a great point, Rosie, in that if we have a calm evening tonight, likely that we'll have great conditions. The swells are still forecast to stick around, and we only have, after today, we'll only have 6 heats to the finish, both on the men's and women's side, semifinals and finals for both men's and women's.
Yeah, we've juiced today. Like, we've absolutely sucked the marrow. Wow, will we see another set, Cups?
5 minutes and 30 seconds, and looks like we got plenty of time. The flat light is really hard to see any lines on the horizon coming through here. Ethan Ewing and Italo Ferreira in the water angle may have a little bit better contrast to see these coming. Here we go with some lines, but neither surfer making a move.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit of action, a little energy in the lineup. Are they going to think it's good enough?
Flying from above, you can see the positioning and Ethan Ewing on the inside of Italo Ferreira and the glassy conditions as we look up the point.
Surfer's making a move, Cops.
Indicating there's some action in the ocean. It looks like Italo Ferreira likes the look of this one. And he's going to utilize priority. Winds up off the bottom, slashes off the top. Airdrops again, big slash off top. Another little airdrop out of that maneuver. Carves through this section. Squares off the bottom again for another hack on the backhand. Looking down the line, eyeing up perhaps a ramp. No, he goes for the lip glide, yells at the judges, says, that's it. That's my number, that's my 7.3, but look out, right behind him, Ethan Ewing, eyeing up a high line to get some speed, drops down to the bottom, full rail carve all the way back. Ewing pierces the lip there, but goes down in some troubled water.
Oof.
So it is all going to lean upon the performance of Italo Ferreira if he can flip this heat right now.
This is going to be so close, Capo, with this number coming in. Was that better? Was that comparable to the 7.5 from Ethan Ewing? Beautiful first opening maneuvers. This one right here comes down with that lip. Bit of downtime as this wave flattens out. Then he gets busy on the lip line. And he finishes it clean. I mean, watching this maneuver, he kind of glides through that lip. Ooh, it's going to be close, Cops.
And Jadson Andre, the spirit animal of the Brazilian Storm, likes it. Like you said, he's been here all day supporting the rest of his countrymen. Ethan Ewing, what went wrong here, Rosie?
Well, Ethan's really taking off thinking he needs a score, but look at all that white water. It doesn't really have that cupped out section, so he kind of gets hung up there. And I think when I'm looking at it, Ethan's probably thinking to himself, this isn't going to be what I need to improve my scoreline. Maybe I can get out to the back with 3 minutes remaining and establish priority and save my energy if Italo is going to drop in that score.
7.3, we're still waiting on the numbers from the judges to decide upon the destiny of Italo Ferreira. Will he make it into the semifinals to meet up against Felipe Toledo? Scores are slowly dropping. First judge says way up, 8.3. Needs a 7.3, 9.2. He's going to get the score. We're just going to see by how much at this point. 9.2. He's going to get the score and more. An 8.67. And Italo Ferreira vaults into the lead. Now puts tremendous pressure on Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing now needing an 8.87. Priority to Ewing. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Wow, what an incredible heat. Just a back and forth. I mean, this lead has changed hands how many times? I think Ethan had it, Italo. Back to Ethan, back to Italo. So, wow, we've really seen it just go wave for wave, and that's what you want to see. I mean, each surfer just upping the ante with every score that's dropped.
That is exactly what we want to see. No one-sided matchups throughout this entire quarterfinals on both the men's and women's sides. A lot of exciting surfing, and Italo bringing that excitement. He's going to have to contain himself, however, and make some smart moves right now. Ethan Ewing hearing from the on-site announcers of his requirement of an 8.87. Big number, way up in the excellent range.
Yeah, and I'm not going to write him off because there's still time on the clock, but looking at these semifinals, 3 Brazilians, if Italo is to advance into the semis, so definitely one-sided Brazilian affair if Italo makes it. Like I said, I'm not counting Ethan out of this one because we've seen heats change today.
Yeah, really interesting when we look at the semifinals. We got Gabe Medina in semifinal number 1, Felipe Toledo in semifinal number 2. They could meet in the final, and Felipe and Gabe have been hanging pretty tight for these last couple of events since Gabe's come back to the tour. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic as well, if that happens.
Yeah, if that happens. And it's also, I mean, all of the Brazilians have been sticking super close to each other, staying in the same place and surfing together and doing their thing. So it's going to be fun to see how you kind of leave that friendship on the beach and see how you take it out into the water.
Well, out in the water right now, 25 seconds on the countdown. And Ethan Ewing staring at the horizon, just trying to manifest any type of wave that he could so that he even has a chance to get to his feet. And things are looking pretty lully at the moment, Rosie.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ethan, just looking over my shoulder right now, it's that ocean's gone dead flat on him. He's not going to get that last opportunity. These guys are going to shake hands. Good sportsmanship.
Nice sportsmanship and a trip to semi-final number 2 for Italo Ferreira, where he will meet up against Felipe Toledo. What an action-packed day, but our day is not over. Stick around. Right after this break, we will bring to you the Corona Post Show.
What a day, and now it's time for the fiesta on the Corona Post Show here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Punta Roca came to life this afternoon. It went sheet glass, the waves were pumping. Now I get it. It's just like Jeffreys Bay. Absolutely perfect for some of the heats of the year to set up an incredible semifinal matchups for the men and women for finals day. Thanks for watching the Corona Post Show. Joe Trepel, Laura Enover, and Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, you always have great phrases in Espanol. Give us one to sum up the day.
Excelente día, José. Qué manera de finalizar el día. What a way to finish this day. And I would have to say that Punta Roca really delivered in the last couple of hours we had here of sunlight.
Laura, how does the energy lift when the waves start pumping at an event?
Are you kidding me? This afternoon has been very, very special. I think the energy has lifted through the roof. You know, the competitors area, the Corona bar, everywhere around this contest site has just been you know, on fire, as the surfers have been on fire out there this afternoon. I think no one expected the conditions to get so good this afternoon, so what an absolute treat it has been.
Earlier today, we kind of brought up the phrase, Mitch, I think you said it first, Heat of the Year nomination from the second quarterfinal that we saw today. It was a seesaw battle. The waves came to the table. Two of the young surfers on tour, Kanoa and Griffin Colapinto, Mitch.
Yeah, and just back and forth, as you were saying, a seesaw battle, but I think what really stood out from them was not only the speed management, but the way they were able to attack the first sections up the point. We haven't really been able to see that due to the conditions. It had been broken up throughout the point, and it really just stood out for them in this heat, Joe.
I talked to Tommy Whitaker before. He obviously coaches both of these surfers, and he said, let's go, guys. Rely on your instincts. Let's see what you got. He was hoping the waves would come to the table, and it did exactly that. Griffin getting the jump on Kanoa, and Griff said that Kanoa's got his number, so that was a huge, monumental win for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, this was absolutely insane, this heat. Griffin and Kanoa, they have so much history. They've been competing together since they were grommets, and wow, what an absolute show. They were going tit for tat, both of them getting 9s, 8s, just back to back, and it came down to the very wire. This last wave of Kanoa, I'm not sure if this is it, but he fell at the very end, and it could have gone right there, and you know, Griffin on this one, unbelievable surfing, just opening up, rail game, progressiveness, just so fun to watch.
You can't surf safe in heats like this.
No.
The first turns were so committed from both Kanoa and Griffin as he got on such a roll. He was definitely inspired and fueling off his competitor in Kanoa, watching him on this wave.
Yeah, and they both knew what was on the line, too. They both missed out just by a few spots last year at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, but I think they both knew the importance of this heat, Joe, and it was this wave that was really about to give Kanoa the score at the end. Yeah. Unfortunately, after this one air reverse, he just seemed like when he was coming out of the turn, I don't know, it was very uncharacteristic of Kanoa, but it almost seemed like he caught an edge coming out of it.
Just a very uncharacteristic slip there for Kanoa, and that, you know, cost him. It could have gone right there. I was standing right next to Griffin Colapinto's dad, and, you know, it was celebrations. They were all very stoked.
You're thinking it was that close because if he pulls that fin throw that he always does, typically, maybe Igarashi would have a different result at the end. Those are the heats that you live for when the right-hand point break is pumping and perfect, and two young superstars battling it out. Colapinto, 910, 8.5. An excellent heat for the Californian to move on into the semifinals. Igarashi took a wave right at the end, and he actually started applauding Griff. Probably really enjoying his job today, even though he got knocked out in the quarterfinals. Checking out the bracket in the semifinals, we had 3 Brazilians in the quarterfinals, all 3 still standing when it comes to the semifinals. Italo Ferreira just got past Ethan Ewing on his final wave, and he's standing by with Shannon.
Well done out there. The waves looked incredible, and your surfing matched it. How do you feel coming out of the lineup?
Oh, yeah. That was a good hit. I'm so tired right now. I came to the beach 5:30 in the morning, and I had a free surf, 3 hits. And, yeah, I'm so tired. But, yeah, I'm on the finals day, and, yeah, there's 2 more in a row. So, yeah, let's keep the flow and, yeah, just surf.
How many coffees did you have today?
Oh, Jesus, a lot. Coffee, Red Bull, bananas, everything. Yeah, it's crazy.
Everything to keep fueled. And coming into finals day, the Brazilian storm has taken over yourself, Felipe, and Gabriel. How does it feel to have the whole contingency representing here?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a good day for sure. And I hope we have, like, good waves and, like, good size so we can have, like, good opportunities. So I'm excited for that.
Would you like to say something in Portuguese?
Sim, obrigado a todos pela torcida. Sem dúvida, hoje em dia foi muito corrido para mim. Cheguei muito cedo na praia, 5h30, fiz um free surf, depois competi 3 vezes, passei o dia inteiro na praia. Mas valeu a pena, sem dúvida. Tá com energia boa, pegando boas ondas, surfando bem e só me divertindo, não pensando muito no que fazer. Como eu fiz na primeira bateria, acabei errando, mas é isso, a gente tá aqui para aprender e amanhã será um grande dia. Espero que vocês fiquem na torcida aí, que amanhã a gente possa dar um show. Muito obrigado, boa noite aí, galera, tamo junto.
Thank you, Italo.
Yeah, thanks.
Italo Ferreira happy to get the win right at the end against Ethan Ewing. He was definitely pushed by Ethan's performance. A couple of lead changes there, and there was some intensity coming down to the final minutes. We know that Italo's gone down this year on some close decisions. Now a heat where he's getting rewarded with excellent range scores. He's got to take a big sigh of relief and be happy with his performance coming into finals day.
Yeah, he's got to be happy with that. Some of the best backside surfing we've seen all day, and coming up against Ethan, who's been in form and, getting so unreal in his turns and in his surfing. So an amazing, result there for Italo, and he's got his mojo back for sure.
And a head-on collision with Felipe Toledo in the semifinals, Mitch.
Going to be another great heat. I mean, a rematch of Bell's a few years ago, and I think at a right-hand point break like this, they're both as lethal, but I still give Felipe the edge just slightly due to it being a right-hander.
Well, one of the big things that happened today was Carissa Moore taking on Caroline Marks. Caroline returning to the jersey for the second time this season. We saw her surf at Pipe, but it's been a long time. Carissa Moore, world #1, is always the one to beat. What happened here, Laura?
Yeah, Carissa, she got started. I think she tried to get too busy at the start, and kind of her wave selection just let her down. She got a couple of small waves here, and then Caroline just turned around and was just on the bombs. The bigger sets that had the bowlier sections coming off the bottom, these big turns that we're so used to seeing and that we've missed from Caroline Marks. And yeah, she just unloaded here at Punta Roca today.
Oh, we missed this backhand attack, and she's definitely feeling free this year. She kind of feels like she's got nothing to lose, and it's definitely showing in her performance.
She definitely doesn't, and to me, this wave was a difference maker in the heat, Joe and Laura, because Carissa started off with a 6.33. That was the first wave of the heat, but unfortunately for her, she wasn't able to back with another excellent score like the way Caroline did. So getting that one up into the higher up, close to the excellent, I think that was a game changer for me.
Really special comeback for Caroline Marks, taking out a person she calls her all-time hero. She studied Carissa Moore surfing more than any other surfer on the planet, and to get a jump on her comeback to the tour is extra special as she has moved on to the semifinals, as we have some incredible heats coming up on finals day. Caroline will be with Steph Gilmore, Joanna Fay with Lakey Peterson.
Wow, those are some stacked semifinals, and how cool Caroline coming back in semifinals straight off the bat, kind of like Gabrielle at G-Land, straight into the semis. So I mean, how much of a confidence boost is that for her? Her surfing is so there, she's looking strong, but I can't wait for these semis tomorrow. Wow.
Really cool. Also, the way Joanna Fay and Lakey got in the semifinal. Lakey at the buzzer turned the heat, got just what she needed to survive her matchup earlier today. And DeFay is telling everyone, hey, I like going right too. It's not just my backhand on tour.
Yeah, no, and the great thing about Lakey's heat too, what a comeback, first of all, getting that 7 right on the buzzer. But how about Courtney Conlog's performance and the way she was able to capitalize on a wave under pressure in the last minute? So not only a huge comeback, I also feel like she kind of made a statement for herself to look out there and kind of tell everybody else that I'm here to win.
I want to know your favorites to win on both the men's and women's side of the draw. I'll give you a little bit of tempo, a little bit of time to just think that over as we dive into the Surfline forecast. We had a massive day today. Good call to max it out from sunrise to sunset here at Punta Roca to set up the semifinals. What are we looking forward to seeing tomorrow, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to still have some really nice swell on offer coming in at that 4-foot range. And yeah, that wind is actually looking pretty nice like today. What do you think about it, Mitch?
Yeah, I think it's favorable tomorrow too, especially with the decreasing tide throughout the morning as well. We're probably going to get finals at around noon at the latest. But looking at this right now, I think the smartest thing to do would probably be run tomorrow.
As we look at the forecasting, what's left in the waiting period, all things looking like tomorrow is looking the most promising for a finals day. Big thanks to Surfline for letting us know when to call it off and when to call it on, and the overlapping format being a true hero in today's competition. There was a lot of action and a lot of stories to digest.
I think we had 24 heats today. It's been a huge, huge day. We got down here at 6 a.m. and yeah, everyone's, we can hear in the background, is still partying out there. It's, you know, the vibes are high down here at Punta Roca.
Fiesta time. Obviously the big story as well. Number 1, Carissa Moore knocked out of the event, so things are looking interesting there in the final 5. Also, Jack Robinson, his role stopped here today from back-to-back wins as he was number 2 coming into this contest.
Yeah, no shame in losing to the former 3-time world champion, right? The current world champion in the water too. But how about the comeback from Gabe? At least 2 semifinal finishes, and what a way to start off his back end of the year if he gets a win here at Punta Roca too.
Time for the daily top 5 here on the Corona Post Show. Fresh out of the water from that victory against Ethan Ewing, the 2019 world champ. Incredibly clutch with his performance, turning in a 17.47 combined total, Laura.
Oh, wow. Look at this wave. It looks like Indo or something, but no, it's Punta Roca. It's so clean and glassy. That second turn, the blowtail there, I cannot believe. All 3 fins out of the back and back of the wave, and, you know, insane surfing here by Italo. This is what we're used to seeing from him, and, you know, that with 3 minutes to go, I think it was, he got his second high 8 and turned the heat. What a cracker.
That's such a bomb of a section too, to have that much commitment to drift the fins and then go over the roof on the transition to the flats. His back end was absolutely switched on, and it had to be to take out Ethan Ewing, Mitch.
Yeah, and he's looking for his first CT win this year too, so what a way to do it. It would be here at Punta Roca on his back end, similar to his wave back home in Bahia Formosa, Joe.
That's exactly right. Coming on number 4 on the top 5, Stephanie Gilmore, looking like she's having a blast on her visit to Punta Roca. Glassy conditions, a right-hand point break. Perfect recipe for Steph Gilmore.
Yes, Steph is back. She had a little grin about her when we were talking in G-Land about coming here to this right-hand point, and she absolutely delivered today. She, you know, it's what we're used to seeing from her, these big open-face calves on rails, so stylish, so strong, and just picking the eyes out of these waves and putting her board in the perfect places. So, I mean, I'm just loving seeing this side of Steph back. You know, it's been a pretty wild year for her this year, and she's been in a spot she hasn't been before.
Number 3 on the top 5, world number 1, Felipe Toledo. Can do whatever he wants on a point break like this, Mitch.
Yes, he can, and he's been the king of Africa a few times before. He's looking to be the king of Central America here, Joe, at his first event at Punta Roca. But when he paddled out this afternoon against Callum Robson, he really demonstrated and proved why he's the favorite to win this event here at El Salvador.
Really impressive to see how much he can just change up, switch gears, and against Callum was a rematch of the Bells final, and it went the same way with him being victorious. He had every Brazilian in the Red Bull Athlete Zone cheering him on. When he didn't need to do an air at the end of the heat, he launched the biggest one out of that matchup, and it had a warm reception. Number 3 on the top 5, Lakey Peterson, buzzer beater to stay in the draw.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 16 seconds to go. She got this wave. And, you know, the heat hadn't been going her way. You know, she only had pocket 5s, and literally 10 seconds, 15, she took off and just 3 big turns to get the 7.5.
She heard the announcement of the score, right back to business as we see number 1 from the day, Griffin Colapinto, still clutching his performance, Mitch.
Yeah, and so far to me this is the heat of the year, Joe, against Canoa, but getting a score in the 9s right here, just an excellent performance. And what I think that Griffin has above everybody else so far is the degree of difficulty of these turns combined with these beautiful arcs that he presented on his 9-point ride. Just impressive surfing, more importantly, consistent surfing throughout the 3 heats he surfed today.
Special role for Griffin Colapinto. He's felt 1 victory earlier this season, and he's got that kind of form. Had definitely a few clutch performances to make it this far, but one of the best battles we've seen all season. Kind of up there with the John Joao Chianca battle back at Bells. It'll be in the mix for the rest of the season as we prepare for finals day. Laura, you got a winner on the women's side.
I'm going to have to go for Steph, just with the 8-point ride she's been dropping. And if we see conditions like this tomorrow, I think, you know, the calves that she's doing are, yeah, pretty unbeatable in my eyes.
Mitch, on the men's side.
I'll go Felipe. I'm sticking to my guns here. I think he's going to end up being the champion tomorrow.
Pretty special. Make your picks at home and join us first thing in the morning on WorldSurfLeague.com for the official call for finals day at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
We are at Punta Roca, the site for the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
it is going to be Ewing. Fades that bottom turn, aggressive third turn, throwing a ton of spray. That is a great start. The Pink Panther, Brian Panes, on his opening ride.
Banging away into that lip line.
Matthew McGillivray.
Does that clean reverse, so great wave from Maddie McGillivray.
Nice clean wrap to kick this one off for Griff. Inside bowl's looking fun for Colapinto. Snaps it off the lip.
Yeah, it's 1 heat at a time.
Yeah, Geordie's option. That first straight there was super fun to watch him unveil that first maneuver. Goes into that carve. Look how this wave just stands up and falls and just really offers him more sections to work with.
Coming up in the men's round of 16.
And here comes Jack. Big snap, powerful snap to begin. So that's the way to start off with an exclamation mark. Carves through there, showing some rail work. Throws the air, has to rip it through. And he'll throw a big layback. Robinson moving down the line, loads up, throws the air again.
Just keep working hard to get the score. I was fired up.
Medina goes high, spins it around, lands on the roof, and is going to continue down the line. A couple of hits there for Gabe Medina.
I'm happy with the win, and feels good to have fun out there.
Felipe Toledo. Blowtail reverse.
Yeah, it felt good. It was tricky heat.
Ethan Ewing showing some flow as he moves down the point at Punta Roca. Italo Ferreira hooking on the backhand. Ferreira off the bottom again. Delays it before another big fin throw hook.
Thinking about the Final Five picture, how much did that win mean to you?
Yeah, it's a long way to the Final Five, you know, but yeah, I just think like heat by heat.
We're into the quarterfinals. Joanna Fay up against Sally Fitzgibbons. Joanna Fay now having a look here. Nice vertical turn to start. She'll put that finish on.
Just happy to make that one, and Sally or others, I just try to do my job right.
Lakey Peterson with priority. She's chasing a 7.06 to get the advancing position to the semifinal. She is so hungry.
Yeah, it's just nice to get the opportunity.
Here we go, Caroline Marks.
Marksy on the backhand and those powerful top hooks.
That's right, Caroline Marks is back out on top.
Steph Gilmore, huge arc off the top. Long drawn bottom turn, another signature arc from Steph Gilmore. Really stalls, puts herself in the power pocket. And Gilmore continues to slash away at Punta Roca.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.